delish. Anyways, it's time to start.
All right, let's do this.
All right, looks like we are live. Let's get the chat in here real quick.
Oh yes, we are. We are indeed live.
Hi. I just ran over from like 5 miles away, totally.
All right, hello Bendy, welcome to the stream. Hello Pedram does stuff, getting people in.
The delay, the YouTube delay is actually not too bad this time.
Hello Toby, hello Edgelord. Yes, Bendy, there are 3 of us this time. X-Threads is finally back after who knows how long. Wait, how long ago was the last Bendy Ban stream?
I
swear,
long enough. It's been long.
I am actually quite curious. It has
been in November.
Ugh.
November of last year.
I'm pretty sure it was like August or something, actually. Like, cause like.
No. Oh wait, no. Okay, it wasn't August.
It was August. It was August. It was August. Yes, August of last year. What? Regardless, no, it's not. I ain't complaining though. And with a new look.
It's a distant memory. It can't hurt us now.
Best response, Bendy. But yeah, as you can see, I got 3.
Inspiration.
As you can see, guys, all 3 of us are back with Celeste. We are going to do this one more time with the B-sides, and then before giving up and moving on to the C-sides, we'll eventually come back to the other ones after the C-sides, because those are much easier. And I know for a fact that we are saving Farewell for last.
Oh yeah, definitely. Edgelord says I need to warn you guys about Ban. What the hell?
What? What's going on?
We're aware.
I'm talking. I think they're talking about the future games. I think.
Oh.
I wonder if my. I don't know if y'all noticed, chat, but I have a new mic now. So I don't know if it sounds any better to y'all.
I personally don't really distinguish between mic qualities that well.
It does.
Choo Choo Charles is in Garten of Ban. Yeah, I know about that. He's in the 4th game, and he really shouldn't have been.
Where?
I was not.
It sounds way more clear. Yeah. All right. So people are liking the new mic.
I think we are.
Pizza Tower is my favorite game. Yeah, I can see that, Pedram. I see your avatar is literally Madeline.
We're gonna have quite a few discussions about Indie Cross this stream. I just know it.
You're in Indie
Cross.
It's an indie game stream. What do you expect?
Honestly, I've been considering, like, when Indie Cross is like ever gets finished, or as the episodes come out, I should like go through each game that's featured in Indie Cross and live stream them. I'm already doing so with Celeste, and I did it with like Bendy. I did one FNAF game, and
yeah,
Cuphead's on the certainly on the table for a future stream. So it would just be logical.
I'd love to watch you play Cuphead and fail at it.
Cuphead can be brutal. Cuphead can be brutal, especially for first-time players.
I've recently been replaying the game with my little brother. It's been
One Shot and Hyper Light Drifter would be nice to see. The thing I would like to Hyper Light Drifter I'm definitely interested in, but One Shot kind of worries me just because of its central gimmick of beating it in one shot. Like, I know the recent console editions have some kind of save system, but even so, I feel like if beating it in one shot would be the best experience, just because of the nature.
But it's a legacy edition for a reason.
I suppose. But Moon's offered to be on the one shot stream, so that'll be fun.
Mm-hmm.
You'll have somebody to accompany you.
Mm-hmm.
Moon has compared Piffle to Nico once because they're both
not cats, but they have looks that are like cat-like in appearance, considering their clothing.
You can get more tries, plus to get the best ending, you have to redo the game after an ending. Oh. So you have to play twice.
Cam's here. Hi, Cam.
Oh, hey, Campbell.
Damn.
Welcome to the stream. You're actually here for the start.
Yeah, let's go.
Should we recap what happened last live stream? Last Celeste live stream or the last live stream in general?
Because we're talking about the last live stream, Tony played Portal.
Live stream was Portal, right?
Yeah, Portal 1 and Portal 2.
What about Portal 3?
No.
That's the co-op mode in Portal 2,
No.
Unfortunately.
Yeah, Portal specifically, yeah.
Well,
I mean,
we just played through Portal. We had a whole lot of discussions. We got to laugh at Wheatley and Aperture Science Labs. We got to kill GLaDOS multiple times, so that was fun.
sorry, I just read Campbell's thing, and Campbell just like read it out, or he made a joke regarding how he starts his own videos, as saying, "Tony Sonic, Celeste, Golden Strawberries, the story so far." Because usually when he starts his videos, he goes, "Use the Rider of Chaos, the story so far."
You said that as like a joke, but like I can only imagine with my progress in this game, I can only imagine it being like the Kung Fu Panda and a bit of Poe pushing up his noodle cart up those stairs. He's like almost there, and then it pans out and he's not even halfway there.
Yeah, I also humbly admit that at my current state, I would have zero chance of ever doing anything like this when it comes to Celeste. I got nothing.
And then we have the juxtaposition: the one currently doing it, the one who doesn't think they can do it, and then the one who's already done it
and broken all their fingers in the process.
Hey, I haven't broken all my fingers. I never had fingers to begin with. It's all orb.
Well, judging from the looks of your oars, it looks like I can still see a few cracks in there.
God, I hope not.
Okay, are we getting started here, or?
Yeah, we should get right into it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Spend one day with any Sonic character, who would it be? Professor Pickle.
Probably Silver or Blaze.
I yes, it would be cool to hang out with like any of the actual hedgehogs, but also my sanity, like for my sanity's sake, I do not want to be like running around while they do their own stuff.
Yeah, that's why I didn't say Sonic or Shadow. Oh, even though I think Shadow is my all-time favorite Sonic character, I don't think I can realistically put myself into spending an entire day with them.
Em says, fun fact, the story so far thing I do at the beginning of my videos is a direct reference to Final Fantasy, which I can't.
Final Fantasy 13, I think that's
13-2. That's what he said. 13-2.
Every time, 32. Which
not 32,
13-2.
13-2. Which every time you continue on from your progress in the story, it always starts off with Final Fantasy 13-2. The story so far.
That's
nice.
That's fun. Little fun fact for the lore of the User One Campbell channel.
Well, it's not really the lore, it's just how he formats things.
Yeah.
The lore would be about if we were talking about his current arc. Hipple versus the Daleks.
Because I would like to add on to what I was saying before, though.
Go ahead.
About like not being able to do this. I may not be able to do like what Tony's trying to do, but I could probably push myself to play Celeste outside of the base game.
Yeah, I was like, because I suggested that to you. That to you.
And I never put it off my mind. I just needed time.
Oh, by the way, Tony, have you ever tried going backwards in that first room?
Yes, I have.
I'm assuming you never gone. What? Oh, you.
You can actually. What's it called? There are binoculars there, and you can like look back really far.
Yeah, I know there's like a really really a far away ledge that you can't get to without like turning on assist mode.
Also,
hey chat, quick question: as a newcomer to this game, is this the worst B-side in this game?
far from it.
What is the worst B-side to you?
7, obviously.
Oh yeah, because it's the longest one.
Yeah, like, sorry, 7 and 8 are the worst ones. It has never been 3. Also, Cam said it makes sense since I do reference, since Final Fantasy 13 2 is my favorite Final Fantasy game and one of my favorite games, period.
Ooh.
That'd be fun.
Yeah.
It'd definitely be fun. I think it'd definitely be fun to play one of those games one day. Usually,
Yeah,
whenever
it could
Cam
be.
is like, whenever Cam will like suggest a game and be like, "Yeah, this is actually just the best thing ever," I take it to heart, and then I end up enjoying said series. He suggested me Rhythm Thief once, and I haven't finished that game, but it's really fun.
I actually have Rhythm Thief on my 3DS, and I have barely played any of it, but from what little I did play, it's very fun and it is a little fun. I've just been distracted by a lot of other things. And that's funny because that's pretty much happens with like a lot of like game suggestions. Like I get game suggestions from like my viewers and from you guys, and every time it's like, oh, that's neat, I should play it, and then I never get around to playing it.
Well, I mean, there has been a few exceptions to that, but also, I just saw Dallas Raver said, "This is the worst B-side." Well, I'm fucked.
I mean, okay, if you get to the point where you can you can complete B-side 1 and B-side 2, B-side 3 is like barely even that much. It looks worse than it actually is. That's what I had to figure out. It looks worse than it actually is.
Yeah,
I've been practicing these B-sides quite a bit, or at least when I can right before the week of one of these streams, and while I have gotten better at like analyzing the obstacles and what to do to avoid them, I've also ran into places where I feel like I am never gonna get through this in one shot.
To answer your question, Bendy, I believe there's 8.
There's 8.
Like 8.
There's 8. Thankfully, Farewell does not have a B-side. Also, Cam says, I know I'm not in the stream, but my thoughts on tomorrow's death battle is I'm excited for it.
Oh yeah, Simone the Digger versus Kyle Rayner.
Hey.
Which, if you don't know, Kyle Rayner is from DC, as he is the White Lantern who can control the every element of the emotional spectrum somehow. And Simone the Digger is from a anime called Gurren Lagann, which is basically random anime bullshit, the anime.
You mean Gurren Lagann?
Yeah, Gurren Lagann.
Oh. Also, I know Kyle Rayner ain't the same Lantern as the one I'm about to mention soon, but to be honest, I see it as a redemption for the horrible Ben 10 versus Green Lantern death battle in 2019. Well, hopefully.
Honestly, the only majorly bad thing about, like, Ben versus Hal was how they presented their conclusion. Because if you really get down to brass tacks, Ben 10 does not beat Green Lantern, even with Alien X. But the way they presented everything in that conclusion just made it feel so wrong that Hal won, to the point where people have taken that as saying, no, Hal actually doesn't win, Ben 10 wins.
Don't you love Hal getting beat up by a little tiny kid?
I mean, to be fair, this is a child with the entire encyclopedia of alien life on his wrist.
I know who Ben 10 is. I'm currently taking a break from this B-side and we'll get back to it another day. And I didn't lose any progress because I saved and quit. You should open it back up.
Mm-hmm.
I'm interested in Gurren because of his... Or Cam says, I'm interested in Gurren because of viral in his theme, Nicopole. I'll send in the server in a second. You guys can listen to it after the stream. Okay.
Okay. Gurren Lagann, like, I know I mentioned this, like, in the Portal stream, and maybe I'm wrong about this mindset, but like, I just feel like Gurren Lagann is one of those examples of, like, characters being made so absurdly powerful for no reason. Like, you look at everything Gurren Lagann, everything I've heard about Gurren Lagann, it's like the main character's power is literally evolving past impossible odds, which sounds really inspiring at first glance, but they take it to such a level to where it feels like Simone can't lose a fight if he doesn't want to lose. Which is just so absurd.
Is he the main character?
Yes.
Pretty much part of the course. I feel like main characters most of the time will win, but you need to show them having some type of struggle.
Which apparently they do in Gurren Lagann. Like, apparently from what I've heard, there is struggle, and like it's more of a like there is a team effort in some cases. But like, I don't know. Like as an outsider looking in, it doesn't feel that way.
I don't know. I feel like you gotta be an insider to insight on that.
Well, hopefully the Death Battle can actually teach me about Gurren Lagann in a way that's actually interesting and not random anime bullshit. The anime.
Well, I don't know about that. If it's the Death Battle is mostly just power scaling.
Yeah, but they also incorporate their stories in really good ways. Like Shigaraki versus Mahito was a really great episode because it was such a cool balance of versus stuff and their stories.
Right. But you do. But I do think it's imperative that like before you make like really big things about or like really big opinions on a franchise that you at least know about it like a little more, so it doesn't lead to like
preconceptions,
a more uninformed take, you know?
I guess that's only fair. It's just something that's stuck out to me for a while now.
Yeah.
I keep jumping too early. I swear, this...
out
of all the ones I've practiced, I keep practicing between B-sides 3, 4, and 5. And 3 is the one that makes me the most angry.
Here's some comments I forgot to read out. Bendy made the comparison that Ben 10 is kind of like Nate Adams from Yokai Watch. Which, yeah, actually, I could see that.
Will DT ever
Dallas
get an avatar?
Dallas is suffering with us. We will not be subjecting any information about DT right now at the moment.
Nope.
Fair enough.
Nope. Any information about DT is purely confidential until further notice.
Okay.
Cam says, I will say, if you're an outsider looking in, the best way to gain insight is to know or find someone who's on the inside. That's why I don't tend to discuss things not that knowledgeable anymore. Not
on purpose.
Anymore. Also, Leo Infinite is still on his
God damn it.
Leo Infinite. Tony has skill issues. Ha ha ha. I want to see... if you're gonna be like that, mister, why don't you do this? Have you done this? Have you done this challenge?
Fucking hate trolls.
No, it's just how Leo Infinite is. He just regards Tony as, like, his rival, like he's Metal Overlord or something.
Metal Overlord Infinite. He loves quoting the two very often.
Sonic, you mean? Metal Overlord is just a variation, just a version of Metal Sonic that he becomes later on.
But specifically Metal Overlord.
Ah, too high.
Here's the Cam says Tony about the lock the planet.
And you say that right as I died.
Well, he probably could walk in if we were quiet. He probably would want
Sonic? No.
That would be pretty cheesy. I'm not gonna lie.
I could never build one of those.
I want to mention something about Indie Cross real quick.
Okay, fair enough.
One thing I've noticed about every major character currently present in Indie Cross, outside of the cameos, almost all of them are from 2D games. Undertale, 2D. Celeste, 2D. Cuphead, Shovel Knight, Hollow Knight, all 2D. And Hyper Light Drifter and Dead Cells, they're also 2D. Hyper Light Drifter says from a top-down perspective. The only exception is FNAF, and that was like a one-time thing, seemingly. But if there are any plans to add like 3D games into Indie Cross, I think that would definitely be a better choice instead of just sticking like purely to 2D and only including like 3D games that are popular.
Ultra Kill. Did you forget?
What?
Ultra Kill's gonna be in next
Oh yeah,
episode.
Ultra Kill. Ultra Kill's gonna be added. Gonna be the next 3D game to be added. I'm hoping for, like, in terms of 3D games, I'm hoping for A Hat in Time, Spark the Electric Jester, Little Nightmares, and, with luck, another Crab's Treasure to be added.
Those are all great. Those are all great picks.
Moro stated that Springtrap probably won't come back since Springtrap didn't get to finish his sentence of coming back, so we probably won't see FNAF again.
I mean, it makes sense.
Cool.
Like, FNAF had its little run. FNAF had its little run in the episode. It doesn't need another one. Besides, what could you really do? Bring in the Mimic? Please no.
Bring in the Mimic? Hopefully, Cam says hopefully Spark or Fark gets inside of Indie Cross. Ooh, yeah.
That'd be pretty cool.
Yeah, I'm really hoping. I specifically want like a Spark and Hat Kid team up because I think they would work really well in Moro's style, and I think their juxtaposition of being like high-speed action platformer versus the Collectathon platformer mascot would work really well off each other.
Hat Kid does not get to die, not on my watch.
Yeah,
but we're on the subject of Spark.
Time would also be a great game to.
I'd also like to see Anna from I don't actually know how to pronounce her name. Other name from Dream Barbecue in not the series and for obvious reasons, but Anna in the Dream Barbecue would be cool. Spark and Hat Kid teaming up would be cool, to be honest. Yeah.
It would be. It would be. I think that's.
Here's the real question: Would Hat Kid speak normally, or would she just speak in little blurbs like she used?
She doesn't speak,
really.
really.
I mean, she kind of does. Like there are moments where she's like down with the mafia and like, oh hi there, like so she can speak. It's just very.
Besides that, if she has like a confrontation with somebody, like how she does with like Mustache Girl, she usually just gestures.
So they could like do what like Moro could do, like what he did with Hyper, like with the Drifter. Then.
Yeah, probably. But then like. Maybe throw in her being like, oh hi.
I think
Drifter, I really like how accurately he got the Drifter and the Beheaded.
I didn't think like the Beheaded was really that vulgar in the games, but according to Piffle, no, he actually is.
Yeah, he very much is. Nah, it's not like he just is. That's entirely accurate.
Alright, just trying to focus now because I've actually made some kind of progress on this B-side.
Okay.
Moro stated first most likely won't appear in episode 3 as well, and also episode 3 is going to not be 1 hour, so it probably won't take a year.
Well, that's good.
Hat Kid is probably going to be an introvert. Oh, she's far from an introvert.
Hat Kid is not introverted at all. Oh, I'm in the final stretch. Final stretch of this B-side finally.
Get locked in, Tony.
Woo!
Oh my god.
Woo! Alright. I am playing this ultra safe.
Ooh. Go. Oh god.
Go.
Oh, I hate that room.
Oh, god dang it.
No.
That's the furthest I've ever made it into the B-side. I'm really proud of myself, but like, wow. And I died again.
This is why. This is.
I need to drink the water
with
after
like
that.
the golden straw. All right, yeah. But yeah, this is like the golden strawberries, right? Where if you die once, you gotta restart the entire thing.
No, chat's mourning my loss. But while on the topic of like Indie Cross and like Spark the Electric Jester, I want to say the Spark trilogy and soon to be quadrilogy, given the DLCs and the DLC for Spark 3's ending. I think that's a very underrated series because like not a whole lot of people talk about it, but it's very fun. Well, okay, Spark 1 and 3 are very fun. Spark 1's pretty laid the groundwork. It's a little it's very much wears its inspiration on its sleeve, but it's still a very fun high-speed platformer with a bit of Kirby in there as well. Spark 3 is a 3D game, and well, actually, wait, I'll talk about Spark 3 in a bit. Spark 2 is the outlier, and I found it really boring.
I will not be taking Spark 2 slander right here. I think it's really good. Also, Cam.
Well, you're gonna have to take it because you ain't the star of the stream.
Well, womp womp, womp womp. Now this is the Piffle Neo stream. Anyways, Cam says Celeste B-side is why Sonic Free Riders exist.
I'm actually gonna commit a massacre right now. If you like, I'm calling you out. If you praise Sonic Free Riders one more time, I'm gonna lose it.
But as I was saying, like the moment-to-moment gameplay of Spark the Electric Jester, Spark the Electric Jester 2, the moment-to-moment gameplay is fun enough. Like the actual platforming itself. The combat is just so supremely button-mashy that it's boring, and a lot of the enemies and bosses just kind of stand there and take it. And like, yeah, they do, some parts of it do get hard and actually do require some effort, but it just feels supremely, really like you're going through the motions most of the time. And the story isn't even that much more engaging. Like, there's some funny moments, but Spark 2 is way more serious than Spark 1. And it's not in the sense of like, oh, Shadow Generations is more serious than Sonic Generations. I mean, like, Shadow the Hedgehog is more serious than, like, SA2.
Okay.
And it's in the sense where it's like, everything is so melodramatic that you can't take it seriously.
I don't know. I don't know. I don't think the story was the best aspect for me. I just really like the levels.
I mean, the levels are cool. I just have my problems with the combat and the story most of all. And in fact, like, Fark in general as a character has been kind of a turnoff for me just because everything surrounding him is so melodramatic. His game is melodramatic, his part of Spark 3 is melodramatic. The only thing that isn't is like his initial appearance in Spark 1, and even then he's not in it for most of it, so yeah, you don't get that much of a focus on the melodrama of Fark in Spark 1.
That's so your thing on Spark 2, the levels are the only somewhat consistent thing about the game.
Yeah, pretty much. Those are consistently pretty fun, entertaining, and they have some cool set pieces. I just wish the
I hate to be the look. I'm not gonna like trash on it too much because it's not some of my thoughts on the game necessarily. That's kind of how I feel about Sonic Superstars. It's not a bad game. It's just very flawed for what it's trying to be.
Like, a part of me understands with Spark 2, like it was Lake Pfefford's first attempt at like a 3D game, so obviously there's gonna be some growing pains. But like Spark 2 is pretty much growing pains the game, where there's some stuff that works, but it needs a lot of refinement. And luckily Spark 3 did that.
So Spark 2 doesn't hurt as much.
Mm-hmm.
Also, Edgelord, we are not at all talking about classic Sonic being in.
Let's not. That's a dead horse that's reduced to a skeleton and is borderline ashes at this point.
I say that because he explained why. It's like, when did we start talking about classic?
Experts brought up Sonic Superstars.
Yeah, I think that's why.
Yeah, but
because Tony mentioned Tony said that the levels were fun, but like everything else was very flawed, and that's my thought. That was my thoughts on that game. So that's why I mentioned it.
Oh yeah. Another thing I have to mention is that sometimes with Spark 2, it feels like the game thinks it's cooler than it is. By that I mean it has these supposedly epic animations for some parts, and there's like this incredibly cheesy Crush 40X vocal tracks for parts. But then you're in the game, and while this stuff is happening, it's like really stiff animations and just mindless combat. So you think this is epic, but it's really not.
I don't know.
Really, I really despise when games do that.
I'm not gonna defend the animations because I'm gonna be honest. Like, yeah. Yes, the combat is a little mindless. Does that mean that I personally despise it? No, I actually really like it.
Well, that's fine. Well, that's fine. If you get enjoyment out of it, that's perfectly fine. I'm just saying, from where I standpoint, I was very bored by it.
Yeah. For me, it was just like, yeah, I understand that the combat is very button mashy, but I think the main thing of it was like, yeah, they're gonna stand there and take it, but the second that they attack, you better parry that.
Yeah, there is some engagement with the parry system.
I was about to, because I was about to say, if Tony didn't mention anything else outside of the button mashy combat, I would have thought that Tony would have been unreasonably harsh with the game. But no, he gave other reasonings behind it. So because of that, I can actually see it. But in my opinion, it would have to take a lot more than just repetitive combat to ruin a game.
Yeah.
Unless the combat somehow takes up like over half of the game, which there are rare occasions where that has happened.
Yep. Anyways.
But moving on to Spark 3, it's basically like Spark 2, but better in every single way. There's a lot more combat improvements to the combat. The levels are just as good, if not better. And the story, while sparse in some areas, is actually way more interesting and funnier. But I will say, Spark 3 does end in a way that I won't spoil, at least not until a future video, that might be a bit turn some people off, because it kind of did with me. I'm not going to say too much. I'm just going to say not everything has a happy ending.
No.
So, this completely unrelated, but, so I've recently been getting back into the PvZ community, because...
Plants vs. Zombies.
Yeah. the PvZ community is currently, like, it's currently, half of it is, like, they're thriving, and then half of it is just, like, EA is being an absolute asshole. I say that because on one hand there was a fan project coming up that is it was called PvZ 3 What Could Have Been. It wasn't actually going to be called that. It was going to be called something else entirely. But because of that name and because it looked promising with new assets, all that, just completely new build of something that PvZ 3 could be. They just told them to shut the project down. And if they were going to continue doing the project, to not use any of the characters related to the Plants vs. Zombies franchise. Which defeats the entire purpose of it.
God, that is so dumb.
I mean, what else? The sky is blue. EA is
them.
going to be mean. Of course. Of course they're going to be like that.
No, because this was a cherry pick. Because otherwise, we have big projects in the community like Eclipse. Eclipse can go die. By the way, I really hate that version of PvZ2. There's recently Reflourished. There's an entire PC exclusive build of PvZ2 called Guard Endless, which is at that point it is like literally just even better than an official port.
It's like a Sonic Unleashed recompiled.
Kind of, but where recompiled is like the base game, with like, you know, just a few like little improvements.
It's more than
Guard
little.
Endless is like Guard Endless is like a remaster, adding, or it not only does it add new animations for stuff, not only does it add just improve like computer support, but it also adds new plants and is planning to add new worlds entirely from the Chinese version, because a funny little thing, the China version of PvZ2 is actually more expansive than the international version for no reason at all. No reason. They just decided that we're gonna add like.
What up? What's up, Tony? What's up, Tony?
That irrelevant animator asks, thoughts on Plants versus Monkeys, Plants versus Zombies versus Balloon Tower Defense.
I hate to say it, but I'm pretty sure the monkeys kind of die. Actually, wait, no. Okay, maybe I don't actually. Okay, I have to think about that a little bit. That's a good matchup.
You were so confident about it at first too.
I was confident, and then I remembered certain monkeys exist, and I was like, and then I remember certain plants exist, like,
So it's actually way more involved than that.
It is actually, like, okay, when it comes down to basic forces, I think the plants just kind of cook the monkeys.
Which would be ironic, because normally you cook plants. Technically.
Yeah. Just okay. Let's say if we had them all, we had all the plants all the plants down, one of each plant, and then one of each monkey base form.
Mm-hmm.
That's just there are first of all outnumbered. Second of all, like, which doesn't actually matter too much in the grand scheme of things, because most of the plants are either sun-producing plants or wall plants. Mm-hmm. So some of them are either built to die or built to make more defenses. But then there are the actual attacking plants, which still overpower them. Obviously, there are like your weak ones, but there are also things like Snapdragon, Lightning Reed. Oh God, Lightning Reed! I love Lightning Reed. He's my boy. He's my son. But yeah, there are a ton of just even some of the weakest plants en masse, because it's canonical that they are planted via seeds, so they do have a form of regeneration, unlike the monkeys. They kind of just cook them. If we put their monkeys at their max form, then like I don't know how that would go. I think the plant heroes would probably overpower the monkey heroes. However, yes, there are heroes in both franchises.
So it's a lot of moving parts for like an army battle between like the plants and the monkeys.
Mm-hmm. The monkeys have their heroes are more like specialists, like they specialize in doing like a few actions and stuff like that, or they specialize in like one specific class and stuff like that. And the plant heroes are literal superheroes. Like they were I could tell you the lore for that game because of the plant's good. Benny's quoting me, but I can tell you like the little snippet of lore that Heroes gives us, which is basically Zomboss, in his all-powerful wisdom, decided to make the zombies into heroes, like actual superheroes. And
really?
It was going well. Yep, and it was going well until in Celebration he hit the switch again, and it hit the plants.
Oh joy!
So now there are plant heroes and zombie heroes.
Well, that's gonna go down well.
Uh-huh.
But on the subject of like plants versus zombies, I've also heard of another matchup for the plants. All of the Angry Birds.
Ooh. I'm sorry to say, but I think we're having fried chicken tonight.
Oh.
Okay, what do you expect? What do you expect when there is a okay? I'm just gonna tell you about a little funny plant. This is just one of them, by the way. One of them that exists in PvZ too, called the meteor flower.
The meteor flower?
Yes. I want you to take one guess what
going.
that plant does.
It summons a meteor.
It summons meteors
Oh, so multiple.
on a very small recharge, mind you.
Wow.
Yeah, they may be cooked. They may be cooked.
But here's a counterpoint. How would they fare against bomb?
Okay, they can literally probably just take bomb. I'm gonna be so honest. No, actually, wait a second. I just realized the Angry Birds are kind of just cooked because of one specific plant.
What?
There is a plant. There is a wall plant that exists that deflects projectiles.
The flex projectile. Oh wait, if you so if the birds got flung at it, it would just deflect them back.
Yeah, and the birds don't actually do that much when it comes to not flinging themselves anywhere. So,
Okay, but hear me out. What if we took into account the movie?
Okay, let's take into account.
Bomb in the movie.
gonna
Have you seen the blast radius bomb can make in the movie?
Yes, I have. And now I'm gonna introduce you to a plant called Shrinking Violet, which not only just shrinks you.
Bowser versus Eggman all over again.
It's not. No, it's not. It is genuinely just a counter. Not only does Shrinking Violet shrink the target, but it weakens the target along with it.
Oh boy. Oh, but here's another one. If you take into account Leonard surviving like the big nuke that wipes out the entirety of like a pig city, then that means the Angry Birds constantly tussle with a city level character.
The plants are definitely above city level.
I know, I'm just bringing up stuff that the birds do have technically.
Yeah. I'm a very extensive PvZ fan, so when it comes to this, I'm very aware. I think Garflord has said this. As far as I've seen, the most from Angry Birds is city level. Plants are comparable to time-traveling zombies and other godlike beings.
Dang. I mean, what do I expect from Plants vs. Zombies? It's a cartoon. They can basically do whatever they want.
Yeah. Also, they have a bomb of their... They have multiple bombs of their own, technically.
Really?
So the plants... Okay, so... the less obscure ones are like Potato Mine, Primal Potato Mine, Doom Shroom, Cherry Bomb. Those are the more recognizable ones. But I am also going to introduce you to a very obscure one from a book, which the comics are canon, by the way.
Of course.
Boom Boom Mushroom. Yes, of course. Yes, they are canon. They actually do implement a lot of the things from the actual comics, because they are starting to implement most of the comic stuff into PvZ 3, which I think is really nice. So it's not just like book exclusive stuff. But Boom Boom Mushroom almost entirely leveled, no, not almost, it entirely leveled an under like a city.
Huh.
In one explosion.
So that basically evens out with like Leonard surviving the nuke.
Yeah. And from what I remember, I have the book. I can actually just open the book. But it survives that. It survives its own explosion.
I wonder how strong is the birds from Angry Birds Space in which level. I don't know if we could give the Angry Birds Space anything.
Oh yeah. Okay. So yeah, because they're also okay. So that
Ooh, but wait. You know what we could give the birds? We could give them Star Wars scaling. because Angry Birds Star Wars exists.
Angry Birds Star Wars does exist, but I'm pretty sure it is just like it's kind of like how the Lego Star Wars is, where it's just a retelling with the birds. They don't actually go into it canonically. Unlike, for some reason, Angry Birds Rio.
Wait, Angry Birds Rio is canon to Rio?
If you watch the movie, yeah.
Wow.
I'd argue the birds still lose. The zombies have the power to trap people out of reality without technology. But yeah, but we're not talking about the zombies. We are talking about the plants. However, I think just opening the almanac would probably hurt Tony's brain so much.
Well, please don't. I'm already hurting myself with this game.
Oh my god! Yeah, this is the first. This is only the first one that we're doing for the stream.
I say that
already.
I forgot. Angry Birds Transformers was also a thing we could take into perspective. I'm not gonna. I won't. Okay, you know what? I'm not gonna break your brain with the almanac. However, the almanac has like some really funny excerpts because the almanac always gives each plant a little note about them.
Oh, okay.
So, you know how I explained BFDI to you and that helped you like get past that one B-side?
Yeah.
That's what I'm gonna do right now. Hold on.
The power of the PVC almanac will get me through.
Yes. Oh my god. Okay. So, first of all, I'm gonna start off from the very like just from something that I know off the top of my head. Sunflower, like the ones that you plant down, in like the tower defense games, she canonically is a YouTube star.
Really?
Yeah, so you know how at the end of the first PvZ1 game, she actually just they break into song or whatever.
Yeah.
Okay, so yeah, at the end, yeah, for those of you who don't know, at the end of PvZ1, when you beat it, there's a song that starts playing, which is just called "Zombie on Your Lawn." Yeah, that was a canonical YouTube video she made.
Wow.
As it states here, after the release of her first major YouTuber video, Zombies on Your Lawn, Sunflower's YouTube channel has been bursting with fun. She's currently putting the final touches on her reality TV show pitch, Sunflower Thinks She Can Dance.
Wow. Honestly, that's more silly than confusing.
Oh yeah, no. A lot of these things are just really silly. It's just like same with Pea Shooter. Pea Shooter also has like a fame complex because his thing says, "What's it like being famous?" asked Pea Shooter while sipping his bottled water. I can't talk right now. I'm finishing my merchandising deal. Hold my fur coat.
What's a Pea Shooter need with a full fur coat?
Are you gonna question him?
Well, not really. He'll just shoot me with pellets.
Walnut, having retired from his days as a champion bowler in the pro leagues, Walnut is looking forward to a real challenge on the front lines of home defense. Defense. Great to know, buddy. Great to know. Also,
the plasma pea shooter shoots peas. Peas that are entire universes unto themselves. Peas of swirling, twirling galaxies, home to millions of stars with enormous nebulae. Plasma pea description. That's what Garflorn is telling me right now.
Why does Plasma Pea have so much lore? Okay, for reference, Plasma Pea is a variant of Pea Shooter in the Garden Warfare series. quick question, but if we reverse this debate a little, how do you think the zombies and pigs would do against each other? I think the pigs are kind of fun.
We're having pork tonight.
Yeah, all right, here we go.
We are having pork tonight.
Ugh.
And I'm not eating because I don't like pork that much.
I like ham. I like pork and ham personally.
Pork I'm fine with. I don't know if I don't think I like ham.
Mm-hmm. Oh shoot! I stopped explaining the almanac and you died. Oh god.
Yes, that happened unfortunately.
Okay, so when Potato Mine, when he blows up, there's a little thing that appears. It just says Spadow.
Spadow?
It's just a parody. It's just a parody on like, you know, Kaboom, but it's Spadow because he's a spud.
Yeah.
But there's lore to that too, apparently. Believe it or not, Spadow did not happen overnight. Having forced to try out new catchphrases and focus testing as many variations as possible. Tubular. Really? In quotation marks. Potato Mine weeded out the competition to stick with what he knows best. I love BBC lore.
You actually worked on his own little catchphrase.
Yes. Also, Cabbage Pulp received his doctorate in pulting from the Harvard University. He knows a thing or two about launching hit way to the top. He also makes a mean soup. First of all, what are you putting in that soup, mister? You don't, like, why are you even making soup? You don't have a mouth.
Wait, so you'll question the soup, but you won't let me question Pea Shooter's fur coat.
Okay. Pea Shooter at least can wear the fur coat if he really tried to. But like, Cabbage Pulp doesn't have a mouth. Where is he?
What if he's making that? What if he's making that for someone? What if he's making that for someone?
Okay, but I also say this. If it's a soup, right? What are you putting into that soup? Because you're not putting in like other plants. What are you putting in that soup? Is this just a meat soup?
It's probably chicken noodle soup. Chicken noodle soup. That doesn't require any plants.
Fair enough. Chicken
Oh yeah, that
noodle
works.
soup. Wait, hold on. Noodles are made with wheat.
Oh wait, and wheat is a plant.
Cabbage Pulp.
Oh damn.
Okay,
Don't worry, he's just
cool.
using already made noodles, so he's not the one putting wheat in there.
Okay. Alright. We skip over Bloomerang because literally his entire thing is just that apparently Bloomerang is just a really big fan of Bob Marley. Which apparently in the plant universe is called Bob Barley.
Bob Barley? Hang on, I want to read the chat real quick. Superpositional PPs that exist in a wave of probability to help you reload faster. More plasma P. That's from Garflorin.
Christ!
Can we agree that the term crash out is getting overused? That relevant animator says. I mean, kind of, but it fits sometimes.
It fits. It's if a single person uses it too much, then yeah.
I think it's not at its deathbed quite yet.
It's not like the word like
Anyway.
it's not like the word slop or woke or what have you. Yet anyway.
I still hear the word woke somehow.
Yeah.
It's
Also,
2025, people. Your grift is dying out. And
Yes.
what hurts even more for me particularly is that I used to watch a whole bunch of like right-wing grifters and think that their stuff was accurate. But then I saw people debunking those people and they're like, wait a minute, something's not right here. And sure enough, now I'm just in the side of neutrality. I don't really pay attention to politics anymore, which is honestly for the better.
I love politics so much. I say sarcastically. I literally have the topic of politics banned in the server.
And for good reason.
Thank news.
Anyways, back to plant almanac stuff. Iceberg lettuce. Don't get lost staring into Iceberg's adorably cute eyes. If you do, it'll be your last step. But only if you're a zombie. He's very selective. If you're a zombie, he'll kill you. But like if he's not, he's completely chill.
No pun intended.
No pun intended. Also, iceberg lettuce is one of my favorite designs. I want to give him a hug.
What is he, like a lettuce covered in ice?
No, he's like... well, yeah, actually, that's entirely what he is. I'm gonna see if I can send it in the stream chat. He's very, very silly. There we go. There you go.
Alright, give me a second.
It's in the VC chat.
Give me a... Alright, I guess I'll do it now. Alright, let's see. What's in the group chat?
Look at him.
Aww, he's adorable.
He's so cute. Celeste, you're like manifested in anger.
I would show it on stream, but I'm not sure how.
I just saw it was in the VC chat, but my God, that is, bro. They say
show.
No, we're not showing it. No.
Nah, sorry guys, we're not showing it. But just know it's like a cute little ice ball with earmuffs.
Yeah, you guys can also search it up yourselves. It is very regularly available information. I'm mainly just gonna go for the more recognizable plants and skip over the other ones. Twin Sunflower's super chic line of ultra expensive glasses has been a huge hit wherever she goes. Sorry, hold up.
I'm sorry, ultra expensive glasses? How expensive?
It never says.
It never says?
Due to this, she has been unable to travel without being swarmed by the paparazzi.
Paparazzi?
Yep, the paparazzi.
What is it? Just like a herd of poppy flowers that put her to sleep?
God, I hate you, God. Just, somebody stop this.
Repeater. Everyone always asks me if we've met before, says Repeater. Everyone always asks me if we've met before. Wait, did I just say that?
You just said it twice.
That's the almanac thing. It genuinely just that's just it. Snopey, as a professional table tennis player, in the off seasons, he also enjoys skiing, playing the bongos, and spelunking.
Huh.
I would like to remind you that Snopey has no arms.
Wow. How do you manage that?
Are you questioning his authority?
Yes, I am actually.
Well, too bad. Anyways, Colonel Polt. While working as an usher in the local movieplex, he saw fried green tomatoes and found his higher calling. He packed up his husks, his kernel, his butter, and enlisted. So he's enlisted in the army.
War corn is apparently a thing now.
Oh, no, it's just a genuine thing. In Garden Warfare 2, one of the classes that you can pick is kernel corn.
A literal kernel corn.
Yep. Pretty much.
Well, good for him.
Snapdragon. Although the most powerful dragon in the plant kingdom, he still dreams of wings and seeing the world beneath him. This one actually is this one's actually a little ironic because he does actually get wings when you give him a plant food.
Huh.
So he can fly. He just needs some food.
All he needs is a good meal and then he's good. All right, final stretch.
Ooh, we're back here. I'm gonna keep going. Also, I'm gonna actually, it's probably re-chat a little bit. I don't think Spacebalm could do the Big Bang. Yeah, y'all are still caught up on that. I don't think he can. I think it's just a normal explosion from bomb.
Damn it.
It's all it's been demonstrated to be.
I keep getting so close and yet so far. But honestly, with the amount of progress we're making finally, it's giving me more hope than I've had in a while for this one.
Yeah.
It's like the Mirror Temple all over again.
That irrelevant animator just had a response to Snow Pea and Snapdragon, just saying, if a hedgehog can compete in the Olympics, then what's stopping a plant that's master tennis to join? That's why they canceled Mario and Sonic. It's gonna be Mario and Plant.
Oh my god. man, that would be an outcry. That would be an outcry for Olympic fans.
No, it'd actually be the best thing ever. No, honestly, Mario can partner with like anything and make it good. He partnered with the rabbits and made them good. I think that says volumes.
I mean, is it... The rabbits have been good. Have you heard of Rabbits Go Home? The Wii game?
Oh, well, besides Rabbits Go Home.
Okay, fair enough. But, no, wait. There was that one version of Rayman, like... There was that Rayman DS game where they were, like, an enemy, and they were pretty good there, I think. As far as I've heard.
Bendy says, well, that hedgehog has arms. Well, the plants that are in the Garden Warfare games also have arms. God, Darkborn, why is there so much Plasma Pea lore?
I guess he's just obsessed with Plasma Pea.
No, it's like he's only in 2 games. How do you get this much lore?
Obsessed with? No.
I mean, on the one hand, a universal P is impressive.
Yes.
There are by that logic, do you think you could find anything on Cosmic Brains, Darflori?
Cosmic Brains?
Yeah, there are more universal things.
Jeez.
Anyways. Hey Luigi, does this mushroom look angry to you? And then Doomshroom explodes.
Oh.
Jesus Christ. How does Zomboss beat this thing? Oh yeah, I almost forgot Cosmic Brains. I'll look into him. God.
I mentioned Rayman a while back. I gotta ask, Pipple.
Yay.
Did Rayman have any influence on Pipple's design?
No.
He just kind of gives me that kind of vibe with the floating orbs.
Okay, so I actually what's it called? I can tell you the only influence on Piffle's design.
Yeah.
Or Piffle Neo's new design. His really only influence was A, I like cats, and then B, his new body type is based on the game. I'm pretty sure it's called We Are What We Behold or something like that. We become what we behold. That's what it is.
Oh.
It's based on that game, and it's literally just a short game, and the entire concept of it is circle and square racism.
Really?
Yeah, it's a short game. The entire thing is supposed to be like a thought-provoking experience. Like, hey, you're like, there's nothing different between these two beings, and yet they literally find any reason to fight because of you. The only thing you can do as the player is take pictures of things and then make them into news reports.
Huh.
And then the circle and square people they're not actual circles and squares. It's just that's the shape of their heads. They
Weird.
look upon the news report and then they're like, oh, okay. And they take advice. They take like the advice from them. So to further on the story, you have to like frame them as like bad people. Or you have to frame like one of them attacking another. So then when you do it, they just the circle people just start getting worried. So then they're on edge, and then everyone just starts yelling at each other, and then the game slowly pans out until the game is no more.
Wow.
You kind of just have to sit there and watch as you ruined everything.
Kind of reminds me of Off in a way.
Pretty much, but it's on Steam, I'm pretty sure, and it's completely free. It's also on just browsers in general. You can just play it on a browser. The Steam one is just a Steam port for convenience.
Speaking of Off, though, that's actually an RPG that's an older indie RPG that's actually coming to Switch later this year, which will be fun.
Yay. Dallas beat the B-side. Told you it wasn't that hard.
Huh. Well, have you gotten the golden strawberry?
I'm pretty sure you did.
Then you'll start talking. Then you'll start talking.
Well, it's not Dallas trying to prove himself. He was just trying to see if
I keep getting distracted. While on the subject of Off, there's a popular matchup with Sans versus the Judge. And while I do plan to talk about it at some point in the near future, I will say both Sans and the Judge have some really wild scaling, neither of which is really reliable. For Sans.
Also Dallas. I was mainly joking. No need to worry.
Yeah, no need to worry about that. For Sans, there is genuinely a low multiversal argument for Sans based on the fact that Flowey mentions in one of the endings that Sans has caused him more than his fair share of resets. And people have taken that as Sans has canonically fought Omega Flowey and killed him on more than one occasion. Which
where is the implication of that?
Just in Flowey's statement of Sans has caused him more than his fair share of resets. He doesn't mention Omega Flowey at all. He just says like that Sans killed him a few times. Which is really weird.
I'm very judgmental about Sans versus the Judge.
Why is that? But I will say, Judge has his own wild scaling metrics. Like, some people have scaled him to the batter, the main character of the game, which is fair. There at the end of Off, you can switch between either the batter or Judge and have them fight in the fight against each other. So they should reasonably scale to one another. And some people have said that the batter is star level through destroying the light source, big light source in the sky in Off's world, which is basically the sun. However, I've seen a playthrough and multiple videos of Off, and that never happens. The closest he gets is flicking off a light switch which turns the game off.
Also, Dallas just said, also, Piffle, the fuck you mean by not that hard? I had 608 deaths. Oh, buddy. Have you at all played, have you played Farewell yet? Get used to having your deaths over the hundreds.
I have mine into the 4,000s.
Yeah.
But star level.
Yeah. Like in my second ever playthrough of Celeste, which was the PC version, I got slightly over 1,000 deaths total.
I'm doing the B-sides along with the main story, so no, like, yeah. Expect to have high death counts. I don't know what to tell you, man.
It's nothing to be ashamed of either. The game literally encourages you to to be proud of your death count.
With every death is a learning curve.
See?
But back on topic with the Sans versus the Judge. Yes. The whole low multi-Sans and star level Judge thing, I personally do not buy. But even then, it's not like it matters much, since in a fight between the two, stats basically do not matter, as Sans, as we all know, is the most fragile glass cannon imaginable, and the Judge doesn't have much attack power, but he is like a juggernaut. Like, he has a lot of health and he's pretty tanky. So it's basically the Among Us versus Fall Guy situation of a glass cannon versus a stone wall.
Yeah, but like, if the stone, but it's like the worst case, because if the stone wall hits him once.
But here's the thing, like, with the Judge, he has stuff like, he has status effects that he can potentially inflict on Sans, and like, supposedly his attacks do like 100% accuracy. However, not only is Sans fast enough to keep up with like a potentially light speed Frisk, which is crazy, but Undertale is crazy. But also, when you think about it, every attack in Undertale is 100% accurate. No other character other than Sans can dodge attacks. And Sans can also do stuff like attack you during the menu, so if anything, Sans is just breaking the game in his favor.
Is it 100% accurate? I'm pretty sure normal enemies have I've missed normal enemy attack.
When does that happen?
Well, they're definitely not. All I know is they're definitely not 100% accurate. Because I've missed on normal enemies before.
Have you, like, attacked at the very last second and missed?
That might be it.
Well, either way, most attacks on most monsters, aside from the literal god of hyper death, do not miss. So, if anything, Sans is just breaking the game in his favor so that he can dodge and stall you out. And the thing with, like, Sans is that his attacks rely on overwhelming offensive capability, as well as whittling down your health based on the amount of sins you've committed. So, if anything, it becomes more of a war of attrition. A question of, can the Judge outlast Sans long enough to get the blow he needs, or can Sans whittle down Judge enough to avoid dying? That's really the major question.
I guess.
And that's
but the Judge only needs one blow.
Also, apparently, the Judge was cited as an inspiration for Sans as a character, along with Papyrus, because the Judge has a brother.
Interesting.
But yeah, I like that matchup.
So that's pretty interesting. That's all pretty nice and dandy. I don't think my Discord thing is working on there. I could be wrong.
It's working.
Oh, well, never mind.
You're probably just not close enough to your mic or something. Do you have a mic, or are you just using like a desktop?
No, it wasn't. No, it wasn't that. It wasn't that. I wasn't quite in sync with the stream. That's what it was. Yeah.
Mettaton can actually make your attacks miss as well.
Really? But he like dies in one hit.
He doesn't die in one hit.
Oh wait, no, I was thinking of Mettaton Neo.
Mettaton Neo still doesn't die in one hit.
Yeah, he does.
Sans who does.
Like you attack Mettaton Neo once and he goes down.
Don't you have to attack him more than once though?
Nope.
Don't you have to like do stuff to expose his weak point?
No, that's normal Mettaton.
What do you do for Neo?
He shows up, he has a looping boss theme, and then he dies.
Oh. Oh, yes.
Too early. Literally one hit and that's it. Yeah, Dallas.
Why is it the only monsters that can make your attacks miss are the ones that go down in a single hit?
I don't know.
Neo has a defense stat of around negative 4,000.
Wait, really? That just makes Spanton's comment about "Don't you know Neo is famous for its high defense" even funnier.
We got Freddy in a live stream before.
Man, that is so ironic.
Freddy's there's no Freddy here.
There's a Foxy variant, but no Freddy.
It's not even that. Vectrex is like it's like an ink formation.
Yeah, like Ink Foxy. Ink Foxy S.
No. Hold on. Again, hold on.
How in the world did you mistake me for Freddy?
Me and X-Freds had a discussion about this.
Yeah. My God.
You are. Where is it?
Yeah, exactly. No Freddy.
The official name for his species is a schematic.
Yeah, I agree to that.
Huh.
Because like initially we were gonna think initially Piffle was saying Inktronic, that I was like, I don't know, it doesn't quite click with me. The second one, however, it did kind of click.
Schematic was really good.
Yeah, Schematic was as top tier as we could get.
Cool.
Jesus Christ. Let's go to Celeste Mountain and sing some Silk songs while I drink my cup with my head on this snowless mountain because someone shoveled all the snow on this night.
Arkham Shadow livestream when?
Never, because I don't know how to stream VR games.
Yeah.
You're a VR game, Tony.
Well, thank you. I appreciate you calling me that.
I'm eating pretzels, by the way.
Cool.
Papyrus.
Probably my biggest hot take related to food. Well, I don't even know I'm not too big into pretzels. I'm not too big into.
It's not really a hot take for most people. Most people I know don't like pretzels.
I like pretzels.
That's crazy.
Well, actually,
that's crazy because almost everyone I know loves them.
Well, I'm more fond of soft pretzels than anything, but hard pretzels are good too.
Yeah. I mean, soft pretzels are the only ones I can tolerate.
Oh God, more PvZ here, or more PvZ Garden Warfare lore.
Oh boy.
Moves slightly slower than lightning speeds, but that's still faster than normal. Power Chomper. Cool! I love... Why is it all the electric variants of plants?
Oh boy. Plants vs. Zombies is just like absurd. It's like it took a look at the Looney Tunes. It's just like, you know what? Let's do that, but even wilder.
And you know what? I think that's the best direction it could have gone. I think the absurdity makes the franchise.
I mean, it's Plants vs. Zombies. You gotta make it absurd.
I mean, yeah, they literally pitched the shooter, like the Garden Warfare franchise, by just saying like, hey, it's a shooter, but the like shooters just got actually weird now, and everyone loved it.
Some franchises kind of do need to be like very, very abstract,
too
very ridiculous in order to stand out.
Come on, yeah. I know I can make it to the end. I know I can make it there. I just keep making dumb mistakes and slight alterations. I know I can make it.
Right. You're having, Tony, you know what you're having?
What?
The Super Meat Boy effect.
It's the, yeah, I'll do you one better. It's the one more try effect.
And do you know the exact definition of the effect that I'm talking about?
Yeah, it's in a case where something is so really hard that makes you angry, but with every attempt you get better, and so.
Nope.
All right.
That's actually not the effect I'm talking about. That is an effect. This is not the one I'm talking about. The one that I'm talking about is when you get really far into a level, right?
Mm-hmm.
You keep making mistakes.
And then you like get near the end and then you fail. And then you really start to think about the end, and you're not thinking about what's ahead of you, and it causes you to make silly little mistakes. You end up going farther back.
Now that being said, I still hate the name of this effect that you. I still really hate the name of it that you gave it.
The Super Meat Boy effect sounds more like the Cuphead effect than anything.
Yeah, I know.
Well, Cuphead is a lot different in its thing, because Super Meat Boy is more of a actual platformer, and Cuphead is run and gun, sure, but it's not like mainly a platformer. Super Meat Boy is one of the better examples of it because it is just a balls to the walls hard platformer.
You don't even need it to be a platformer in order for it to work. In order for that saying to even work.
I mean, Super Meat Boy did it before Cuphead.
I mean, that's fair. I really should start focusing on, like, the rooms I'm currently in rather than what's coming next.
Yeah, he is right, though. He is right, though.
Go ahead and yap all you want. I gotta lock in.
Alright, alright.
He's too powerful to turn into a goat. Rose, when asked to turn Super Brains into a goat. Then how can she just do it still?
Don't question it.
Speaking of Cuphead, Tony, there could be a chance Bendy versus Cuphead happens.
It's best not to ask questions to Tony right now. As he literally said, he is locked the hell in.
Save it for later.
We can answer questions though. Well, to our best.
Garfone donated.
Oh, Garfone donated? All right. Give me a second. Hope you beat this stream. Thank you for the $2, Garflorn. Thank you very much.
Man. It's always great to know you have a lot of supporters.
You know what's funny? The Celeste stream. No, wait, I shouldn't be saying anything. I need to lock in. I'll say it later.
All right, got it.
Wait, no, you can just get to a point right here, and then you can just say it.
All right.
No. Well, all right.
When you do get a chance to rest.
Okay.
TKC said, guys, you've seen.
You know what's
Star Wars,
funny?
Right? Yep.
The Celeste streams are usually the ones where people donate. That doesn't happen all the time, but usually during the Celeste streams is when I get the most donos, and I really appreciate it.
I think it's mainly because of the amount of. I think it's mainly because of the amount of frustration that this gamekeeper. Because like, as incredible as this game is, it is bound to bring frustration.
Mm-hmm.
Also, Moon says, "Oh, you got a thing for supers."
Fuck that, Moon.
Also, DKC, what? Sorry. DKC said, asked Garfone if his name was Nolan. Garfone says no, and then DKC said, okay, he's my friend who disappeared. I don't think you're gonna find your friend through, like, a YouTube commenter.
Normally I split these up into like hour-long segments for each side, but I need to concentrate on this one. I know I can make it. I want to at least get this one done. Maybe another one of those, but this is the goal for this stream. This one B-side. Just so it can be out of the way and we can never enter this derelict hotel ever again.
Did you play a little bit of this one, like, through the last stream?
Yeah.
I did.
Okay.
Right. Anyways. Piffle, can't you just teleport everyone out of the realm of memories because you literally teleported everyone to your world for your Celeste video? I've stated multiple times, I've tried. It ain't working. If it would work like that, we would be home.
System Meow is just very selective of when it wants to operate correctly.
Fortunately.
EKC just said, I don't know, Nolan always called himself random characters. Like he had more aliases than a freaking serial killer. Yeah, but still, I want to take into account how many people are on YouTube, and then narrow that down to the commenters here, and then or just the subscribers on Toadie's channel, and then just narrow that down to the people that are on this stream, and yeah.
Chances are quite little.
Sorry, I guess I'm just desperate. Yeah.
Ah, damn. I'm sorry to hear that. I'm sorry to hear that, cause.
DC or Marvel? Neither, honestly. I don't care about either of them that much.
I for one am a lot more heavier on DC. Marvel is just a mixed bag.
You can blame that on like the MCU and its mixed reception as of late.
Well,
Oh, fair enough.
I don't really care about the MCU, but I like Spider-Man.
Spider-Man.
I love Batman. I love Batman.
Also, Dallas said no Seaside. Thank effing God. Also, wait. So wait, what Seaside are we What Seaside are you talking about? Because chapters 1 through 8 have a Seaside. Sorry to tell you.
I thought, like, wasn't a specific side like a mod? Like, wasn't there a mod for like a C side or D side?
D side is the mod. C side.
Okay. All right, good to know. Good to know.
Well, every single one. Yeah, every 1 through 8. 9 is Farewell. Farewell doesn't have a B or C side.
Which thank God for that.
Farewell is its own entity, and that entity in particular is a.
Sorry for the extreme silence. Once again, I'm locking in.
Yeah, we'll keep the chat entertained.
Yeah, Dallas, you will have to deal with Seasides. We will have to.
Unless if 100% completion isn't on your bucket list, yes, it is mandatory.
Marley.
Yeah,
Everything right and wrong with Tony Sonic should be the 2026 April Fool's video. Well, that's not fun if you just plan it out like that.
We can't do that now that you've said that. So sorry.
Piffle. If you had, by the way, you spell Piffle with 2 F's. Piffle, if you ever had a montage moment, what Sonic music would you play? Bold of you to assume that I'm going to use Sonic music.
If you if you had to pick Sonic music, what would you pick? Like,
None, honestly. Probably. I don't know any Sonic music that I'd want to use as montage music.
What about the Super Mania's Supersonic theme? Ooh, Stardust Speedway.
If I had to, Stardust Speedway would be pretty neat.
Or Escape from the City.
I know you won't, just asking.
All right. Aside from, all right. Piffle.
Huh?
All right, Piffle. I just saw a question that involved about like favorite Star Wars character. I'm not really into Star Wars. Are you?
Not really.
Favorite Star Wars character for me would be surprisingly Cal Kestis from the Jedi Fallen Order and Jedi Survivor games.
All right.
I do have. Moon brought up a good point. I do have the day songs from Sonic Unleashed. I'm gonna do Windmill Isle.
I would actually do Empire City or Spagonia.
Not their montage music, were they?
Well, Rooftop Run and Skyscraper Scamper specifically, the levels that are in there.
Ooh. Okay, here's something to keep the chat entertained. I've been thinking of track names for since we made a bunch of track names for Car vs Sonic.exe in the last stream. Here's a new matchup to make names for. Bendy versus Cuphead. My personal favorite is Don't Dance with the Demon. What ones can you think of?
I mean, Don't Dance with the Devil works too.
Yeah, but that's too
I
close.
like
I meant it like Don't Dance with the Demon because, you know, Bendy the Dancing Demon, Don't Deal with the Devil. It just fits a little more.
That actually fits
Either
pretty
works. I
well.
think that's-
Because like Cuphead's main villain is a devil, and you don't want to deal with them. Otherwise, you get the entirety of Cuphead's campaign. And Bendy is also a devil.
Well, Bendy's a demon, more likely, but...
on the topic of music, here's something I'll say on stream for for just updates on the Realm of Memories. The Realm of Memories, at least for most of the
Ooh, Bendy
animated
says
portion
drawn to
of-
life, drawn to greed. That's a good one, too.
Mm-hmm. But for most of the animated portions of the Realm of Memories, it will have an original soundtrack.
Ooh.
I will
That is good news. That is good news.
not just for the opening, but for the rest of the series as well.
Yeah, that is incredible news.
The greed of imagination. Meh.
I suppose that works.
I need to catch up on Bendy songs, because I have heard of some of these, but others I have not.
These aren't really specific songs. We're just thinking of potential track names for potential Bendy versus Cuphead versus track.
Well,
It's the joy of creation.
That's a FNAF fan game.
yeah. Sorry.
One
no-go.
that me, X-Reds, and Cam are gonna finish.
Well, one day.
Listen. This time I won't fumble so hard that it takes hours.
Yeah. I mean, you did state that you have played some of the other, that you've had thoughts on the other levels beforehand. So I will take.
I won't fumble as hard this time.
Yeah. To be fair, the living room is actually harder than most of what the base game has to offer.
The living room is gonna make me murder.
The living room was awful. Well, not in its design, but like it gave us an awful time. Joy of Creation is a quote from a book. So is that so that's where Nixon got the name. All right.
Still too similar to the FNAF fan game.
Yeah, and Joy of Creation is way too.
I mean,
associated
the phrase of the joy of creation is not original to that FNAF game just because it used it. It's just the thing that you link it to the most.
Yeah, it's the thing that the name is used for the most, which I don't think you can use it.
Yeah.
I also saw something FNAF related from DKC. Five Nights at Wario's actually has some of the best concepts in all of Five Nights at Freddy's. No exaggeration. Some of them, only some.
I'm gonna politely disagree with that. Wario's has some gameplay wise. And then
I think he meant gameplay wise. He just specified that.
Yeah, that's why I said gameplay wise, because I was reading that out. I'm gonna point you to Playtime with Percy and just leave it at that.
I don't think you actually can anymore.
What do you mean?
Is it an original game now? That can't be considered a FNAF fan game anymore.
I mean, it was a FNAF fan game. That is the entire.
Yeah, not anymore. Not anymore.
Yeah, but it was created as one. So
That's like saying like. It's like saying that like a FNAF shouldn't be associated with indie games anymore just because it's not indie, technically not indie anymore, even though it started out as indie.
Okay,
but we don't really use any of the AAA FNAF games to represent FNAF's indie side, do we?
Okay, well, what I'm gonna say here is that Playtime with Percy, at its time of release on Game Jolt, when it was released on Game Jolt, and as it still stands, because the Steam port has not come out yet, it was a FNAF fan game. It even had some subtle references to FNAF, as Charlie Cat gets sent off to Freddy's. So, yeah. But, as it's coming to Steam, they are differentiating it so it can be on Steam. It is still a FNAF fan game.
I'm just saying, like, the present technically does mean more to us more than the past. When it comes to this stuff.
I'm not gonna say that, because the past is also still relevant to the present, because
yeah, of course, but if we when it comes to this stuff, like if we're still referring it to like a FNAF fan game, and just because it was released as such, but it's not being considered that now, it just doesn't really, because like,
you know what?
Because I do agree with Tony's point earlier. Like FNAF should to an extent be represented by indie, but the thing is, we use little to none of the AAA games characters to represent that side of FNAF.
Right. Here's what I'm gonna say instead. Too Many Nights. I'm gonna point you to that. That fan game.
There we go.
Which not only includes a lot of mechanics of its own, but it also literally includes mechanics from Playtime with Percy.
What is Too Many Nights?
Game. Huh?
What is Too Many Nights?
It is essentially a FNAF roguelike game.
Huh.
Okay, so basically how it works is you choose a night guard to represent you and your knights. Each night guard has their own stats when it comes to lives, how long they have to. Or I'm pretty sure it's how long they have to survive. No, it's lives. I think it's the AI aggression, stuff like that. They all have their own gimmicks and stuff like that, and you progressively unlock them by using other night guards. They have some from FNAF. They have some just general night guards. They have some of the dead children actually.
Yeah.
Wow.
And they have one that you just represent. It's not Nick for some reason, but it's like an original character that basically kind of mimics how Playtime with Percy's like general playstyle would go. I think it's pretty sick. But basically you start off and you get a choice of a few animatronics or just a few threats. You put them on, and then you start your night, and you progressively add more threats over the night, and you have to add debuffs, buffs, all that stuff.
Sounds a bit like Ultimate Custom Night.
A little, but instead of starting off and just doing one night like that, you just have to go for as long as you possibly can. There is going to be a best story mode.
Okay. What is the best and worst Telltale game? I'm not gonna spoil anything for Tony because he hasn't played the series yet. Ironically enough, both the best and worst actually comes from the same Telltale series, in my opinion.
Huh. The Walking Dead, I'm guessing?
Yes.
Yeah. Well, I need to play that. That eventually, which I do plan to play that. And I've just been really busy. And in fact, you know what?
It's
I wasn't
fine.
going to say this yet, but I am going to say this now. Since Stellar Blade has taken me so unbelievably long to make, which I swear it's in the final phases of editing. I swear it is almost done and will be out in the next couple weeks, hopefully. Since that has taken me so long, I'm going to make a poll tomorrow asking what duology of games I should cover in ERAW form during the summer. That way I can get a head start.
Yeah.
Oh, Mendy asked
nice.
thoughts on Five Nights at Treasure Island.
Oh, that's a great game. But yeah, back to
Liz Casa. I love those. They're really good.
Yeah. Back to DKC's question. I think Walking Dead Season 2 is my favorite Telltale game, and then Walking Dead Season 3 is my least favorite. Not to say that's bad or terrible in the slightest. It's just
How dare you say that about Hobby Frontiers Final Horizon?
I swear to actual Christ.
Okay, Tony's not gonna get this at all, but you kind of get it. I think you joined in on us, Cam doing it once, but
but we never mentioned those names to him.
Yeah, and I didn't even watch when you guys were playing because I didn't want to get spoiled.
Okay, so what we do is we gave very, very great names that we all agreed upon and absolutely adored to the franchise.
So stupid.
Okay,
Hobby Frontiers. It makes sense.
Okay, so
I just hate referring to that.
The ones that we did were we had Lee Unleashed, we had Clementine. We had Clementine. What did we make Clementine? We had to make Clementine something else. Yeah, no, we made Clementine Frontiers, and then we had Clementine, and then we had Hobby Frontiers: The Final Horizon.
And then the fourth season we gave
Clementine
Generations. Yeah, Generations. All right. Yeah.
Wow.
Very intuitive names.
Yeah. Anyways, back to what I was actually. But yeah, just to basically sum it all up, Walking Dead Season 2, probably the best, and then Walking Dead Season 3, probably the weakest. From ones that I checked out, at the very least.
Hardhead Guy says, will you add the Turnip Boy games? I think you should, Tony, considering that they'd be really easy for you to do.
How many are there?
2. There is Turnip Boy commits tax evasion, and Turnip Boy robs a bank. Both are in 2 different styles, but they're both very quick.
What kind of games are they?
Turnip Boy commits tax evasion is kind of like a Zelda-like game. I think. But it has really good humor, and it has really good humor. Combat's not the main focus of it. It's mainly just going around exploring, stuff like that, solving puzzles. It's pretty good. But then there's Robs the Bank, which is more of a roguelike type of game. It's really fast paced, and it has really great combat as opposed to the first game. And it still keeps.
Well,
the
I was
humor
already
and stuff.
unsure of which duology of games I wanted to include. So any suggestions would be helpful.
I would say enter and exit the gungeon, but considering you like to 100%, so ooh.
Yeah. Are the Turnip Boy games easy to 100%?
Yeah, very.
Okay then.
That is the main thing that really stopped me from wanting to do ERA is just the fact that I had to potentially 100%.
Well, you don't in particular. I just made that a hard and fast rule of my ERAs. I don't think Piffle doesn't do it with his ERAs, do you?
Okay, so there's the extent. I'll do it if it's fun. If I start doing it and I'm like,
this is egregious, I don't want to do it, I don't want to do this anymore, then I will put it in the script like, hey, I started doing this, and then it seemed kind of bad, so I stopped doing it.
Yeah. I will say, if I were to have done EROS, I could maybe maybe I could make a disclaimer in the at the beginning of it that could like say like if I missed anything that you would like to be mentioned, please let me know.
Well,
So I could technically put like an asterisk. I could just put an asterisk on it.
What I want to say is like I think the most important thing about doing an ERA is you need to at least observe all the content that there is.
Yeah, well, yeah, obviously, but
let's say maybe the content is really good and you're just not good enough to beat it. Like how I am with my next video, and its hardest thing. But
but my main thing is
what I would get from it.
Yeah, the thing is, I absolutely agree. My thing is though is that there's always going to be something. There's always going to be something that.
Yeah, like with me, apparently I missed the Smoky Prog in Pikmin 1, and people pointed that out, and like, I missed it, I'm sorry.
Yeah, so...
Smoky Prog. That was a joke. That was a joke.
I'm reading the... Piffle playing Dark Souls confirmed, get out. From that irrelevant animator.
You never played Dark Souls. Where did you confirm that?
I think he's joking.
I've never played a Souls-like. I played roguelikes. I love roguelikes. I do not play that many Souls-likes.
Would you play Stellar Blade?
I mean, is Stellar Blade a Souls-like?
Yes, but it's also kind of an action game.
I played Stellar Blade. Problem is, I don't got a PS5.
It's coming to PC later in June.
Shut up.
For real?
It is?
Yeah, it actually is. With some added content, too.
Ooh. I see the game now.
Oh. So. So. I may need to do something later. Yeah, I just had shivers when you said Smoky Prog. So many Pikmin lost.
Oh. Yeah, apparently in Pikmin 1, the Smoky Prog is quite a dangerous foe.
Yeah.
But yeah, I played.
But with that being the case, I could probably start my own EROS if I wanted to, but it would require me to get more advanced perspective on editing in order to do so. Okay, well, not necessarily advanced, but a bit
Damn
out
it!
there.
Damn it. Alright, we're going until 5 and then we're moving on.
You can't turn into Tony's shadow. Damn.
Oh my.
Damn it.
Not here. Damn, not here.
Yeah, not here.
I swear, one of these levels will go down. One of them. At least one, we will succeed.
Shadow confirmed.
It'd be a TSH. It'd be TSH instead of TS.
It's not even DT. DT's like, dude, you stole my entire fit. And then Tony's just like, no, I am Shadow now.
I don't think you would appreciate that very much.
Bro, I think he'd probably kill me first because I'm the one who read it out.
God.
My
My take: Geometry Dash is far, far, far harder than any Souls game. What are we talking about? What are we on about, Garford?
Well, I should probably preface this. I didn't read it out, but I'm the one that made the most out of the response. So yeah, I probably get killed first, without a doubt in my mind.
Honestly, I think the most progress we've ever made on any of these Celeste streams was the first one.
You're a Celeste stream.
That is, I'm actually so sorry.
Can we just appreciate how absolutely gorgeous this game is? Yeah.
I think we've been appreciative of that for as long as we've been playing this. But yes, I do agree.
Yeah, Celeste is a very beautiful pixel game. I love it.
Look, as simple as like the character, the sprite work is for the characters. It still works, and it really works within the backgrounds. I adore the backgrounds. Mm-hmm. The art direction of this game is near perfection, in my opinion.
Say, hey Piff, what do you think of the theory that everything we experience in Celeste, like as a platforming challenges, isn't actually what the mountain looks like? This is what it feels like for Madeline.
Oh, that's actually interesting.
I say that that's false. Because
actually, yeah, it might. Yeah, I don't know if that would work because, like,
it really doesn't work, especially considering this chapter, because she physically sees Oshiro put up all the dust bunnies from his brain. Then Granny also acknowledges him being a ghost and a troubled man. So,
and Theo is also with us. Theo being with us throughout this whole experience.
Yeah, Theo having to see the Mirror Temple. I really can't say that this entire thing is like an illusion.
It's a really cool theory, but there are so many things. There are so many things that could potentially.
It's a cool theory, but very easily debunkable.
So it's really more of a headcanon than anything.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. I will say though, like, headcanons are what I love most of the time. Not with FNAF though. That could go fuck itself.
There are no headcanons with FNAF. There's only quote-unquote theories that are true but also not true, but people take as true and thus they fight over it. Ugh.
You're a FNAF headcanon.
What were you going with that one? Where were you going?
I just like hearing like a phrase from someone and then going, "You're that."
Yeah. I think Moon is like, what the actual?
Anyways,
I saw Dallas's like thing before. The thing that I find most funny about this whole thing, during this whole discussion, Dallas asked us any Celeste theories. We were just talking about one. Well, it was more of a headcanon, but still.
Yeah, I don't have any like Celeste theories. I think this game is just I think this game doesn't really leave that much room for theories. It kind of just rides everything on its shoulder.
Like, it's very upfront about everything.
Which is mostly a positive. It is mostly a positive. I won't deny that, but there are occasions where I do love to talk about theories for games, like some some extra bits of context that we're not meant to see yet. But
here's something: can you make any theories about Granny and Theo's grandfather? Since they explored the mountain together.
Theories for them, but my headcanon is that they were definitely in love at a point.
I can definitely see that.
that one guy says, so the theory Celeste is like a warrior aspiration, kind of, where everything is personalized for the person going up the mountain. Nah. I don't really think so, because it wasn't like the actual content of the mountain that made Madeline like realize her entire thing.
At least not until chapter 5 with the Mirror Temple.
I mean, the Mirror Temple. The Mirror Temple is literally just a reflection of that, of her internal stuff. But I think other than the Mirror Temple, it's not all personalized. Sorry, I meant Wario, lol. Oh, Toby has to leave. Bye, Toby.
Bye, Toby. Thanks for coming.
What about the person that calls Celeste in her dream? Also, first of all, it's Madeline, not Celeste. Celeste is the name of the mountain. Second of all, the person who calls Madeline is assumed to be an ex of Madeline's.
Assumedly.
That is about.
But is that really
all we
confirmed
know.
anywhere in the game, or is that like a dev statement?
It's just the implication from how she talks to Madeline.
I mean, to be fair, that whole thing is like a nightmare, so anything can be made up in a nightmare.
Yeah, but I think because like, given what we have gotten later on, I think it is possible that they did break up.
No, well, they obviously did.
Yeah. Yeah. Wasn't there like a whole thing with Madeline and like Theo's sister?
Yeah, and all of that is off screen. I can't even get invested in any of it now.
Well, yeah. I don't think that's really the point. The point of it was not. The point of those things is not like, oh, this is supposed to be like something you need to get like really invested in and learn about and all this stuff like that. It's just like, hey, this is what Madeline is doing outside of having to discover herself, and that's why we don't learn that much about it. She already she's very comfortable in that part of herself, but she's never been comfortable in the part of herself that she needed to learn from climbing the mountain, which is why we only tap in with her when she's doing something that metaphorically grows her as a person. Like, obviously, the fact that she's trans is never brought up because it doesn't have to be brought up like a big thing. It is just a thing.
When did I ever say it had to have been brought up?
No, I think Tony made a point to me once that it was really subtle. And it kind of felt like an afterthought. But I was like, no, they just don't make it a big deal because that's kind of just how a lot of representation works. And I'd rather them not handle it like a really big deal because it's not. She's trans, and that's cool.
Yeah,
Counterpoint, it ruins my Theo and Madeline ship.
Well, you ship Theo and Madeline. So I guess I can see where that's like heartbreaking.
Okay, but on a more real note, I just feel like a lot of representation nowadays is just really flat and uninteresting. Because there's a whole side. I'm not gonna get into like the culture war over what's good representation and what's bad representation. I'm just saying those two sides constantly go war with each other for like the mere existence in any form of like representation from either side. And it's really maddening. And when I see stuff like this, I'm just reminded of that culture war, and it's just like.
Not really.
I don't.
I was about to say, out of all the things to bring up for Celeste, I feel like this is relatively harmless.
You know what else? Mm-hmm. You know what else is a good example? Funny enough, the devs of Solar Ash actually did something similar to Celeste. Did you know the main character of Solar Ash is gay and has a daughter?
I've never really interacted that much with Solar Ash, so no.
You know where that you want to know where that's implied or suggested or told in the game?
Where?
Nowhere. Yeah. I mean, there's a mention that she might have a family, but Ray being gay and having a daughter is nowhere in the game. It's just an aside, and it's just like, okay, why does this matter?
Well, okay.
Hold on,
I feel like this is kind of like the random references you see from like Sonic Frontiers, for example, like where Sonic like
things, guys. We are like all collectively straight men, so we also need to be very delicate with how we talk about these things.
I mean, yeah, I get it. My favorite game of all time is Undertale, so I basically got like the ultimate shield.
As I was saying, it was kind of. I don't even remember what my point was now. Thank you.
Okay.
Sorry.
Okay, but just borderline. My point to kind of end this point off is that subtle representation, like how it is in this game, is valid. You do not need to make. You really don't need to make representation a really big thing in the story or out of the story. A character can just be that, and that's completely fine. It doesn't need to be a big spectacle because that's just
because the plot of the story doesn't have that to be required. That little part of the character isn't required for like the plot.
But it becomes a question of, if it isn't required, why is it there?
because it's just a way to it's just the way the character is. It doesn't need to be like, it doesn't need to be a big thing because it's just how they are. It's like, it doesn't like, you don't, it's like you don't need justification to make a character or like a certain gender, you know?
I mean, yeah, I suppose. Hearted guy donated $1. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Oh, nice. Oh, nice.
Yay. Okay, we're gonna hop off that topic right there because Tony, I really don't want you to go anywhere else with that, because if you go anywhere else with that from there, it make it look really bad on you, and I don't want that for you. I would rather not have you go through controversy like that. Anyways.
Yeah. Let's just.
All right, fine. We'll go somewhere else. How about Deltarune? You wanna? What? No, wrong. Oh, I know. Since we're talking about FNAF fan games, let's talk about a bad FNAF game. FNAF in real time.
Oh, wow. I mean, it is more. I mean, it is a fan game, but I do agree. It sucks. It sucks.
Okay. Hot take. I actually didn't think that FNAF in real time was that bad. I really think people just treat it like it is the worst thing in the world.
No, it's not the worst thing in the universe, but for what it's trying to be, it does a bad job on it.
Have you seen how many videos there are just about people just clowning on Brother specifically? Like, okay, cool. You don't like. Okay, cool. They're taking a different spin on this story to make it a little different than the original FNAF. Okay, sure. Why you don't like it? Leave it at that. Why do we need to have like 3 million videos on why Brother is the worst FNAF OC?
Because they have valid reasons why. People are allowed to speak their voices, even if others have. It doesn't. It's like what you said. It's like what you said about the stories, like the stories of how sometimes you do the washed-up hero story and the multiverse story. No one is exclusive to doing that story only once. People are allowed to speak the same thing if they feel like they can add something.
I know that. I'm just talking about the actual points that people do bring up is like a little ridiculous. It's like, I know a lot of people are like, oh my god, his design is actually awful, and they're like, he really only appears.
I don't hate the idea of Brother, but I don't think people are invalid for hating his design.
I don't think so either. My point, people are allowed to express their opinions on Brother. I'm allowed to express my opinion on the people who do make genuine videos on this. Brother is not a very good FNAF OC. I don't really know if just the topic of him not being that good can spread into 30 minutes, an hour from how most people do it. I don't really think that. I don't think that's
you think
wrong.
so you think Brother is actually the majority of why people hate FNAF in real time? Well, newsflash!
No, I'm not saying that, but I'm saying like a lot of the videos that I have seen spend an absurd amount of time just talking about Brother. It's like that's not even the main point of why the game isn't that
Sorry, I failed again. I'm still going.
Fine.
Past the initial 5 hour
Keep on
mark.
going.
But I think if you want me to throw my hat in the ring with Brother, I think the main point of criticism, beyond him just looking bad, is that he was built up so much in like the game's marketing. Like he was front and center for a lot of it, and he even showed up at the start of the game, only for him to be pretty much non-existent throughout 90% of the finished product.
Yeah.
The only points, because I do agree with Piffle to an extent. People shouldn't be focusing on shouldn't be like have Brother take up that much of the review. But the hate that Brother has is justified enough on its own.
Also, that one guy says, so how exactly does this game work? Do you have to get through the level without dying with no checkpoints? No, that's just how it works when you pick up the golden strawberry. When you pick up that, you can't, if you die, you go back to the beginning of the level. You have to make it through the entire level without dying to collect it. Anyway.
Now, since you're frustrated with Brother being like talked about a little too much, I think we should probably move on to the other reasons why people don't like the game very much, including us.
I know people are like, I know a lot of people were like, I know a lot of people were upset because literally every night wasn't like the 6-hour mode. Which, okay.
I think one of the main criticisms that I heard is that, well, one, with the gimmick of FNAF in real time just being, well, FNAF in real time, you're basically offering a free version of a paid product, just with slight differences.
Nope, not. You actually do have to own FNAF 1 to play FNAF in real time.
Well, even so, Scott has spoken out about these things, and he does not approve, even if you have to own the original product to play it.
Like, it is like literally a firewall. If you do not own it on Steam, you cannot play real time.
Well, still, you did literally just make an official product for free, and offer it for free.
There is more to it that actually differentiates it. Like a lot of them.
Wait, hold on. So, hold on. Okay, I do agree with that statement overall, but the problem with that statement though is that you're also basically applying these rules to FNAF 1 Deluxe, which, bear in mind it's just an enhanced version of the game, but much like in real time, you do have to pay your actual money to Steam to get FNAF 1 made by Scott Cawthon in order to get FNAF Deluxe. Is that a bad thing?
I've never heard of FNAF 1 Deluxe, so I don't know if I could speak on that. But if it's more different than at least FNAF in real time is from the original FNAF, then maybe there's some leeway there. But if it's just like FNAF 1 again, just with some very slight differences, then I would have a problem with it.
Like, dude, there is so many problems with that complaint though, because I get it. It's a fan product. It's a fan product about the same game. At the same time, though, as we stated, you cannot play this without the actual thing. So you're not stealing money. You're not giving Scott Cawthon less money from this at all.
I think that was the main problem he did have with it, was that they were basically kind of just robbing him of money by doing that.
which is why he shut down a lot of those projects. But especially in recent years, Scott's been a lot more lax on that.
Yeah, I guess. But another problem that people did have was, one, the voice acting for the cutscenes.
Okay, the voice acting is way too forced. It is way too forced.
Like, especially that guy freaking out over the animatronics moving. That's not even funny. That's just bad. Like that. Like that's the definition of overacting right there.
Yeah, there is zero comedic factor within that cutscene.
I don't really agree personally.
But
I do think a little of it could be like, you do not need to say like Faz balls or something like that, but I think otherwise I saw a lot of people just being like, well, why is bro freaking out over all of this? It's like, he's a normal man.
Well, yes, he is a normal.
It's Tuesday for him.
The tone that the voice actor went out about it, it was just way too forced. It was way too much. Like, he did a little too much work when it came to that scene.
That's the sound of a fucking crazy lunatic finally figuring out that he's not fucking crazy.
But another complaint is that despite the gimmick of FNAF in real time being that you can actually see the animatronics move, some people people have said that, like, if you sure, but in order to actually play FNAF 1 well, you can't focus on the cameras and thus can't see the fan game's main gimmick.
Which is why a lot of FNAF in real time does actually focus its efforts on doing things different. It's like I think I want to describe the original Five Nights in that game. It's like if you're playing FNAF 1 with a Mandela effect of just okay, this seems pretty normal, and then something different happens at the end of night 1, then something different happens at the end of night 2. Then night 3 is entirely different. You have night 4, then you have night 5.
Some people have complained about the Foxy boss fight in FNAF 3. Or like FNAF Night 3.
In real time.
In real time. The main complaint is that they don't see the point of it, especially when it's night 3 and never happens again.
Yeah, I
guess it's something to make like the game actually different. And you're like, oh, what's the point of it? It only happens here and it never happens again. Yeah, that's the point.
But why give it to Foxy? I know Foxy's has a unique mechanic, but why does he need to want to have a boss fight? Why not Golden Freddy, or better yet, Brother? Give Brother something to do.
Yeah, look. As a Foxy fanboy myself, he is not worthy for an early game boss fight. I'm sorry, but he is not. Straight up, he ain't worthy. He ain't worthy.
Got it.
But yeah, there's a lot, and there's also a lot of stuff about how the developers are behind the scenes. And apparently, with their newest game, whatever it's called, I forgot its name. Apparently, they had a whole Kickstarter for it, but weren't upfront about it being only Chapter 1, and had it have an absurd price point for only a Chapter 1 that's only gonna last 20 minutes.
Wait, what are we talking about now? Sorry.
Just the devs behind FNAF in real time.
Real Time Studios, I think that was.
That's something I'm not gonna defend.
But talking about the actual game,
Studios is actually garbage.
Yeah, but even then, even if you do ignore the weirdness behind the Foxy boss fight, the gameplay itself just barely does anything to improve upon the FNAF 1 experience. It barely does anything.
Actually, or some of the minor changes that they do are actually just they make the game work how people think it worked in the original.
What do you mean by that?
Well, a lot of the things like cam stalling some of the ways that the cam stalling in some cases of FNAF 1 were actually completely unintentional. And for the way that Foxy works, Foxy just still kind of goes, even if you're like, sorry, hold on, let me reword that. If you're just on Foxy's camera, if you have the camera flipped down or not, he is still stalled as long as you have the camera on there. For the cam stalling in FNAF in real time, you actually have to be looking at him on the cameras, like properly.
I mean, that's one I guess competent change, but another complaint which is more minor, sure, but it's something worth mentioning. They mentioned the fact that the animations are pretty goofy for the jump scares, like Helicopter Chica and Foxy giving you the rock eyebrow.
I'm sorry, no.
Okay, I will say, Helicopter Chica actually only appears for, I think, the first night, and then it is immediately back to something similar to the original jump scare. No, actually, wait, no, sorry. It was in the newer builds, they changed it to a one that's more similar to the original jump scare.
Yes, alright.
So at least they fixed that.
I don't know.
I'll give them that. I'm not,
I'm also in the minority of like I think that was kind of cool characterization because of how Chica was moving.
But like something about it, like the idea,
kind of abandon that all.
The idea does, like, it's good as it sounds like fun as an idea, but then in context, you're like, this game is supposed to be taken some sort of seriously, yet you got Helicopter Chica over here. That can't be taken seriously.
That's another thing. Also, these animations would work perfectly for a comedic style horror game or fan game in this case. It does not work here. I'm pretty sure the way Foxy does it in his boss fight, the way he's doing it is very clearly like, yeah, you kind of fucked yourself, mate. He's not being like really cheeky. He's just mocking you, which I don't care what y'all say. That is entirely in character for Foxy.
Yeah, but but the actual animations themselves, can you really take them seriously?
Yeah, that's another. Again, like the context behind it is a lot better than the animations.
I feel like a lot of the animation stuff comes from you guys thinking a lot too deep into it.
I mean, Tony literally specified that that's more minor.
Yeah, it is more minor, but it's something worth pointing out. That like how these animations,
how the game
like
is
X-Red said,
how the game is presented.
These animations would fit more for a meme game than like a genuine attempt to like recreate FNAF 1, but in real time. Which, by the way, it's not even in real time. Like, it's not, the animations aren't re-rendered in engine, they're pre-rendered.
Yeah, that's what's most frustrating about it. They literally took the exact same...
For me, I was like, okay, why is that a problem? What is the Okay,
false advertising for one.
You have a lie. You tolerate the weirdest shit.
This one's less weird for me to tolerate. What changes? Genuinely, I'm gonna ask you two this. What changes when you make these things not pre-rendered? From a visual standpoint.
Well, from a visual standpoint, nothing. But from an honesty perspective of like actually like your branding and your marketing and like your everything it is based on, you're at least more honest when you actually make them in real time rather than pre-rendered footage.
But even then, it's like if it's pre-rendered, as long as it looks fine, which essentially I'm pretty sure it was down to like code. It was down to like coding stuff, because I know some people were like, We're like, oh, if it's not about coding stuff, then like I'm a coder. I could do that easily. It's like, yeah, you're different coding studios. Give them a break. My point is, as long as it looks like if it was pre-rendered, if it wasn't, whatever. They look the same.
And
as long as they have the look, it's fine. I don't need the logistics of it. I don't need the logistics of it to be Freddy Fazbear constantly, moving each and every frame. I especially don't need that for my PC. I don't need my PC to have a fit because Freddy moved in a slightly weird way.
That sounds like a problem with your PC.
I'm not saying that's a problem with. I'm not saying that's just a problem with my PC. My PC, in all honesty, could probably handle it, but it also makes it more accessible to the people who don't have PCs like that. If it's just rendered footage, that's fine. Whatever. If it's pre-rendered, it gives the illusion for it. It's just more. It just in all accounts, pre-rendered is better for everything that's not like, oh, it's actually in real time. It's like it looks it.
This feels
It's
like a
fine.
Let's Chat stream with Celeste in the background.
Yeah. It kind of does. It kind of does. Okay. Here's the thing, though. Getting back to the gameplay, because as Tony said, like the fucking like presentation, it is more minor, but the gameplay outside of whatever they did with Foxy, because like the Foxy change that they made, fine, whatever, but this in real time kind of concept, while cool on its own, it does not fit FNAF 1.
I don't think the real time thing really fits like any of the FNAF games. It's a cool concept. I just don't think it fits really any of the games.
The only one it kind of works in is like VR, but even then it's like, and they still have their poses like, and even then there's an excuse of like, oh, it's 3D now, it's actually 3D, it's actually VR. You gotta have them move.
Yeah, and that's my main issue with FNAF in real time from a conceptual perspective. Why did this fan game need to be something that needed to happen? We already have, because we already had FNAF VR with their variations of the old FNAF games, and look, regardless of the quality of those small redubs of it, regardless if you like them or not, that's purely subjective, but they did handle the real time sort of thing better than whatever the actual FNAF in real time actually gave us.
All right.
I think the best thing that come out of it was the 6-hour mode.
Yeah, if you could
That's
survive that long, because people have pointed out like apparently they had to patch the game in order for it
That
to
was
make
the
it
demo.
feasibly possible, because the rate at which your battery depletes made it pretty much impossible to survive it initially, and even after a patch, it's only barely survivable.
Our system ruins the whole real time gimmick.
Okay. That information that Tony is getting is actually from the demo release of it, not the full release.
Well, then what was the full release like?
Full release actually does give a good bit of flexibility.
Have you beaten
that's
it?
something.
It's fixed and tweaked.
Have you beaten it?
I haven't played it.
Then how do you know?
Seen other people do it.
What
I
have
don't
they?
own FNAF 1 on my PC, so I can't actually play real time. I do want to play real time. At least once to experience it. And then never support the studio again.
That's honestly for the best. But again, because of the concept just not working for FNAF 1, it also just cuts a good chunk of the difficulty away from it, because like yeah, I get it. FNAF 1 is not the most difficult FNAF game. Of course not. But still, it was far from the easiest. It was far from the easiest. Like in terms of base game content, I'd say FNAF 3 and 2 are actually easier to get into compared to FNAF 1.
I mean, I would say FNAF 2 is a little harder, but FNAF 3 has points where you can definitely cheese the system.
FNAF
Yeah.
2
No, I'm only saying this for base game content. Obviously, in terms of completion, FNAF 2 and 3 are a bit more hellish to go through, but that's only from a completionist perspective.
FNAF 2 is like, isn't it? I've always seen it as one of the easiest ones in the series.
Yeah, for the base game, but if you play 1020 mode,
Okay, if you play any max mode in any FNAF game, yeah, it's gonna be hard.
well, I mean, FNAF 1 max mode was fairly like. FNAF
I could
1 and
actually
3
do that
max
multiple
mode were
times.
kinda-
Like I've done 420 mode in FNAF 1 on multiple times.
Well, I think that one's also the easiest because it has the least amount of threats to deal with. It has 4.
5 if you count Golden Freddy.
My main point is that the efforts you have, like, there is so much less effort required when it comes to actually playing FNAF in real time throughout a majority of the run.
Also, Selena, I see you in the chat. Every time we are not immediately responding to your comments, you do not need to say, "Hey, can I speak, please?"
We're not in a classroom, Selena.
We're kind of in the middle of a.
We're having a discussion. You need to stop doing that. We're not only adhering to you in the chat, and then when we don't, we're just like making sure you specifically cannot speak. We are just not talking up to chat right now.
All right.
Can we change the topic now?
Yeah, I think we're done with FNAF in real time. I think I got all my points across. So.
Yeah, so let's talk about Help Wanted. Why do people hate it all of a sudden now?
Wait, what?
Yeah, people hate FNAF Help Wanted now.
Excuse me?
They find it well. Mostly, I hear this from the baddest, who has people who do agree with him, but them or whatever their pronouns are, or I tend to forget.
I like how Foxy turns into an Elden Ring boss in real time. I mean, that's your opinion. I'm not gonna shame you for it. I personally think it's a little unnecessary, but I ain't gonna shame you.
Are we talking about Help Wanted 1 or 2?
1.
Why 1? One's really good.
People don't like how the adaptations of FNAF 1 through 3 are. They don't like the mini games for some reason. Like even beyond the annoying ones like Funtime Foxy and Plush Babies, and the only ones they do like are like the original ones.
Why did we switch up on that? The adaptations were really good, all things considered, for a VR title.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I don't know.
I feel like these complaints would only really hold up if you were exclusively looking at the flat mode, because like flat mode is boring. But
yeah.
Well, I mean, I won't deny that it's less good, but I don't think it's
Experts and me have had
absolutely
this discussion before, but like flat mode, I stand clear that flat mode is, yes, it is a way to play it, but it is very much inferior to playing it on VR.
mm-hmm.
When did I ever dispute that? I'm just saying that flat mode is less bad compared to what some people like to put it.
You know what I won?
That's all I said, bro.
You know what I want?
Yeah.
A Silver the Hedgehog VR game where you can move stuff around with your hands like you're Silver, and you can fire laser beams out of your palms.
Look, okay. Oh
Just
my
give me Sonic 06 in VR.
They already have that. It's called a fan mod for Project 06.
Yeah.
Well, then play that.
I mean, okay, Tony, that is such an awesome concept, and I feel like that would probably be Silver's best chance of getting his own full game in terms of
Not really.
recent, but
Silver could get way better than that. I'm gonna be honest.
they can't make a Silver the Hedgehog game to the same quality as Shadow Generations or Sonic or any of the Sonic recent titles as of right
You don't
now.
know that. You don't know
As
that.
of right now, they realistically can't.
What's stopping them?
Silver's gameplay style is drastically different compared to Sonic and Shadows and pretty much every other character in
but,
existence.
it's been, fun. It's been literal years since Silver's playstyle, and that was in an adventure style game. So
He was
they have
also
to
in
now
Rivals.
They would have to adapt him for a boost style game.
He was also
which
in
they could
Rivals.
probably do.
But Rivals also had pretty much every character have like the same gameplay style.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, so I don't know if that really counts. My main point is that if they want to give Silver the Hedgehog his own startup to like how he could work, a VR game may be a good starting point for him.
Yeah. And I just think it'd be really cool. If you don't want to make it fully VR, because VR is kind of niche, then make a base Silver the Hedgehog game, and then make VR mode an option.
Yeah. And plus, oh my! I lost what I was saying again. God damn it!
Lost your train of thought. Gotta keep it on track.
Silver's gameplay style is so much more drastically different compared to all of the others. I don't really think a boosting game would be as beneficial as one would think for Silver.
Hey, they made Shadow work. They can make Silver work.
Oh my! Did you literally not hear what I just said? Silver is not similar to Sonic and Shadow. Aside from him being a hedgehog, he is not similar. He isn't.
Well, he can do it.
He is.
He can do it.
This is what I love about streams. We get into so many interesting discussions.
You don't believe in him enough,
You know what?
You don't believe in Silver enough.
I'm tired. Fuck this level. And whoever made the golden strawberries, I just want to have a little chat.
Oh my god. Oh, you.
I am so tired. We have been streaming for 2.5 hours on the same damn level. We'll come back to it maybe a little bit later, but for now, I need something different.
All right, we can move on, but I don't think chapter 4 is gonna be a VR bendy would be cool.
I would like that.
I could sort of see that. But they would really have to design the game. They'd have to design the game around the VR mechanics in order for it to work. But it can work.
Apparently, Secret of the Mimic is going to have a VR mode later down the line.
That'll be interesting.
Apparently, it was shown. It was the version that was shown off in PAX West or something.
Huh.
I could care less about the Mimic and anything involved with it.
I just have a feeling like the Secret of the Mimic stream is just gonna be the FNAF Crash Out stream, honestly.
Pretty much.
I think I absolutely agree. Look, I'll give the game an honest shot, but I won't lie, I do have some mixed impressions of it. Because as I said before, I said it before in one of my own videos, but but we could have gotten in a game like this for a different FNAF character instead of a FNAF character that was only shown off in one sequence throughout a game's DLC.
We could have had this be a Vanny game.
We could have had it be a Vanny game. We could have had it be a puppet game. We could have had a game based around Fredbears, but no!
We need the Mimic, because the Mimic is all that matters. Our Lord and Savior, the Mimic.
God, it pisses me off, dude. They could have chosen such a different character, but my God.
Moon in response to us saying that's gonna be the FNAF Crash Out stream said, and I'm gonna have to be the moral support.
Oh,
Honestly, Tony, if I were you, I would. If I were you, Tony, I think Moon may need to help you out the most during that.
I'm also gonna finish Solar Ash the week prior, and Moon might be there for that one. I'm not sure because I would like to finish Solar Ash before Secret of the Mimic.
That is a fair goal.
But Moon, if you want to be there for moral support, you can. I'm not sure how this is gonna go, how the stream will really go.
No, I'll just invade and I'll be your moral support, Tony.
No. I am currently working on a firewall, to prevent most people from invading the stream haphazardly. I don't want to repeat a Puro.
Okay, to be fair, Puro didn't invade intentionally, and now we have rules set up so he doesn't do that.
I mean, those are fair rules. We can't have
okay. I say that I say invading like a joke now because
I know.
Okay, we used to do this in a server. To be fair, that only had a normal general chat, not one that was specifically for Tony to stream in. So Tony would join that just so he could have his avatar in, and because of that. When I joined, Puro saw both of us in, and then joined. You know, because he thought it was a normal call. Because there was nothing else indicating to him that it wasn't a normal call.
Okay, what about that time you invaded the Solar Ash stream?
Okay, I did that because I didn't. No, I just did that. Moon didn't leave, did she? Or
I think Moon's still here.
Okay, what? No, I mean in that stream.
Oh yeah, she had to dip out for a second, but she came back.
When I do that, it's because I usually do that when a certain member leaves, so it doesn't just leave you alone for the rest of the stream.
Yeah, but I've done solo streams just fine before.
I was about to say because I get it. You yes, you may have helped Tony create the rules, but that doesn't mean you shouldn't follow.
No, I created that rule like after all that happened. I'm not breaking. My point is, I'm not breaking the rule. I make jokes about breaking the rule.
Well, in any case, Moon might be there for Secret of the Mimic, maybe there for Solar Ash 2. I don't know. I might just have to go it alone.
Of course, this is only if she's up for it. Like, I'm not gonna.
Also,
what is she saying in the chat currently?
First of all, Moon said your side. Hardhead says Puro will cause chaos and make a perfect foil to Piffle. They're besties. They're besties, by the way. In universe, they're besties.
They are.
Trying to think of. Oh yeah, did you hear that Bendy the Cage got canceled?
Yeah, I've heard of that for a little while.
Yeah.
God,
hey, we know it's for a good reason at least.
Yeah, Bendy 3 is gonna be fire whenever it does release. It's probably gonna come out like. It's definitely not gonna. It's probably gonna come out in the later 2020 years, like 2027 or 8. But
I don't really need a Bendy 3 personally.
Well, to be okay, I hate to be that guy, but I feel like that's mainly because you're not really into Bendy.
I'm like, well, yeah, I'm not into Bendy that much, but like I've seen how the Bendy thing ends. It's not that I'm not into Bendy. It's that I don't consider it like the best like Tony does. It's not the king. But
what is the king for you?
Huh?
What is the king of mascot horror for you?
None.
Nobody does it best. No one wears the crown.
We mainly mean. I was about to say we mainly mean by that like which one is the best, and which one do you think is the best?
I don't have one that I think is the best.
So you don't have a favorite. All right, that makes sense.
Tony, never get that close. Never get that close to the spikes again. Anyways, I think
How did Bendy the Cage got canceled? It was due of the developers. Just if I remember correctly, it was because the developers, they loved what they worked on for the game so much that they didn't feel like it was worthy for a spin-off.
Yeah, they wanted to actually implement it in like a mainline entry. Like they felt like, no, the spin-off, no, this is too good for just a spin-off. It needs to be fully in like a mainline entry. So that's what they did. Bendy the Silent City is still coming out, and so is Bendy Lone Wolf, I think. But Bendy the Cage is postponed until further notice.
One of the just to kind of answer your question, I think the one that I think is the best. Don't think it's the King. Definitely not. And it will not be. I think one of the better ones, and the one that I like consistently enjoyed the most, and has been ruined for me, Tattletale.
Tattletale? I have not played Tattletale. But something tells me I should if my computer can run it.
I think Tattletale is quite good. I think Tattletale is quite good for what it is. It's just.
But isn't it funny? Like Tattletale got its moment in the spotlight once, a very long time ago, and then just.
Yeah. It didn't need to be. I think that was perfect. It didn't need to overstay its welcome. It just was.
Yeah. I think Tattletale is probably best off being a single thing, its own thing.
I think that's what makes Tattletale one of my favorites. Like a lot of mascot horrors just try to kind of like capitalize on it. Like they get a success and they're like, all right, let's keep going.
Well, to be fair, Choo Choo Charles is still a one-off game. It has room for a sequel, but currently 2 Star Games is working on like a multiplayer game, I think.
Yeah, but I don't.
I thought Choo Choo Charles was like had a planned sequel. Like it wasn't in development, but it was in like pre-production.
The idea was there, according to like I forget how to pronounce his last name, but like Gavin, the guy who created Choo Choo Charles, said that the idea would be there, I think, and he did update the game slightly for PC only, not consoles though. But aside from the slight update, he said while the idea was there, I don't think he's gonna actually work on it just yet. Maybe in the future, but not yet.
Yeah. Bendy asks. All right. I'll go through one question at a time. Garflorn asks, "Did you guys hear what Disney did to Lilo and Stitch? From what I've heard, they
fumbled the ball.
I know what they did. They took the original villain of Lilo and Stitch, completely removed him, and made one of the side comedic characters who was supposed to actually befriend everyone else in the movie." At the end, and made him into the main villain. Why would you do that? Why?
Bendy asks, what about Duck Season?
Duck Season, the VR game.
It's a really good one. All
right, and do you want to give an input on this, Tony, or no?
On the Lilo and Stitch remake.
Duck Season.
Oh, Duck Season? I have not played it, so I can't say anything.
Alright, and final, there's a third one that kind of got last in there, Selena's Kitchen. Thoughts on Sister Location? I think I'm the only one who consistently, that likes the game overall.
Nope, you're not the only one. You're not the only one. I also do. I completely get it, it's a lot more futuristic than what would be or a lot more futuristic tech than would be for that time. They made him into more of like a crazed type of supervillain thing, and I didn't really like that about William Afton. I don't really care. I just like that it was a good game.
Like my only here's the thing with Sister Location for me, it is fun until night 4, and then everything shits the bed.
Night 4?
I mean,
and even after going past night 4, night 5 has its own problems. Like if you're playing through it normally, then fine, it's fine. It's still cool. It's just standard. It's standard location affair. But if you go for the Ennard ending, oh boy.
I mean, I do agree. I do agree. Ennard's AI is a little.
No. The boss fight is fine, at least until like 4 a.m. where it gets harder. My main problem is the checkpoint system. If you want to go for the Ennard ending, you gotta go through Funtime Auditorium again, input the very precise randomized keypad code on Baby's keypad, go into the room, and then experience the boss fight again. And it's really easy to screw up Ennard Knight.
Yeah, I think. I'll say this: the pacing for Sister Location overall isn't the best. I enjoy the content enough to look past it to an extent, but that's only me.
You know what? I will say about Sister Location.
What?
Custom Night was really good.
Custom Night's pretty fun.
Way better than. Not that I hate Ultimate Custom Night, but I thought Sister Location's Custom Night was more interesting than the full.
I really like Funtime Freddy and Custom Night just chucking Bon at you.
That was beautiful. In other words, I like Sister Location, but I do agree it does have flaws. But the flaws that it has, it doesn't make it bad, or it's not quite enough to make it bad or mediocre. What's your favorite? I saw 2 questions asking about all right, irrelevant animator. What's your least favorite ship in fiction? I
can't say because there are many ships that I hate.
Okay, never mind.
My least favorite ship is the one that they use in Steamboat Willie. I mean, come on, you could get a better one than that.
Okay, but for real though, there is one ship that I will mention. Ever since Indie Cross came out, people have been shipping the characters, and one of them is Madeline and the Knight.
Oh no! Oh no!
Okay. Oh, that doesn't. On a multitude of levels, does it? I'm pretty sure that doesn't work. Madeline's trans. Yay.
Oh no!
I think that.
Well, people have
Madeline
ignored
is
the
dating
sexualities of straight characters in fiction plenty of times. I mean, look at the My Hero fandom.
Okay, well that's different. I know a lot of fandoms just like to make headcanons about people's sexualities when they're not explicitly stated, but Madeline's has been stated before.
Counterpoint, in My Hero Academia, it is very obvious that Deku likes this girl named Ochako, and it's very averse to how they both like each other, and they even end up semi-together at the very end of the series. Yet, for the most of the series, people kept shipping Deku with every other guy in the show, and they even harassed the creator when he made Deku and Araka canon.
But I will ask, it was never. This is a fandom, and it was never explicitly. It was never explicitly stated that, oh, he is straight and will remain straight forever and ever 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 and ever.
Okay.
It was never explicitly stated that. So clearly, what that means is that he can be whatever it's being interpreted to.
Okay, counterpoint. Shield Knight and Shovel Knight are a thing in the Shovel Knight games. They are very evidently a thing. Yet people will ship him with someone else.
Right, but it was never explicitly stated and stated and stated and stated and stated and stated.
Okay. Counterpoint, Madeline's sexuality is not stated once in the actual game.
It is very much confirmed that she is dating somebody, and you have the flag on her desk.
That's barely visible.
Either way, I'm not saying that they're correct in doing that. I'm saying they're stupid for doing that.
Shipping is a whole load of nonsense, honestly.
Huh?
Shipping is a whole load of nonsense. On some level, the Knight and Madeline do work as a duo, but, not as a couple.
Definitely,
You could say you
not.
could say it's a load of malarkey.
I'm pretty sure the knight just needs to is like not even interested in anyone in general, and Madeline is in a relationship, so no.
I mean, yeah. I mean, granted, as Tony stated, her confirmed relationship wasn't even in the game she's from, but even then, that doesn't matter.
For a lot of people, it doesn't matter. Even if you explicitly state that someone is in another romance, it does not matter. They will make up their own headcanons for other people. Like, people will ship Amy with, like, a bunch of the, like Blaze and as well as, like, Sonic with Shadow, and it's just like, okay, now you're just making stuff up.
Oh my.
Anyways.
It is awful. It is truly awful.
Anyways, less on the sexuality part. I only brought it up because of Madeline being canonically trans. So that's the only reason I bring that up. But I've seen some people ship the Beheaded and Drifter. That feels like a Sonic and Shadow thing, where it's like, oh, they kind of complement each other on certain things, or they're rivals, therefore. I don't like that. I've never liked their rivals, therefore, for a reason for characters to date.
At best, it's a bromance. Like, at best, the Drifter and the Beheaded are like a bromance.
Exactly.
Yeah, I just...
You could say it's a whole lot of hoopla.
Uh-huh.
Hoopla.
Because people are jumping through a lot of hoops to justify their ships.
Anyways, we really need to get off of, like, talking about just, like, sexuality and these things. Because I really hate talking about this, and it makes me sound like, I don't know,
broken record.
It makes me sound like one of those old people being like, just like talking about sexualities and stuff.
You people don't understand relationships. It's not the one you're supposed to be in.
Like, oh my, you have pronouns. I'm gonna kill you. Like, no, just people be what they want to be, and that's okay. All people are allowed to watch the Tony Sonic channel, and that's what matters.
Yeah, just don't shove your own preferences down my throat, and we'll be good.
It's more of a better way to put it instead of that, because that could almost completely undermine the message that I just made there.
But like my point with that is just like I can respect your own preferences. Just don't just. I guess the best way I can put it is just don't be like a so entitled to it. Like have your preferences, just don't like try to convert me to them.
I want to have a little better way to put it. As long as you're not toxic about it, just like you exist, we love you for that. We accept you for that. If you are a toxic person about anything you do, and that doesn't go for like just like sexuality and stuff like that. It's like if you are just toxic in general for any reason, get out.
Mm-hmm.
Better way to put it.
Yeah, that's a better way to put it. But moving away from all that, what do you think is gonna happen for Indie Cross Episode 3?
No.
Really, you just don't know?
Nope.
Well, if I had to make any predictions myself, I would think that Frisk, if they do show up, they would fight Bendy next, probably. Like, go up against the Ink Demon. And, for the other characters, they might add some new ones. I really hope it's Hat Kid and Spark, mainly. And I really hope Mono gets added like as a new companion for Madeline, because I think his quiet demeanor and like shyness would vibe with Madeline very well.
Yeah.
Also, I will say. Oh, great! My controller batteries are low. Hang on a second.
Hold on, I'll get you some replacements. I waddle off screen. Why did I get an ad? Moro has also stated that all the rogue robots we see are the only ones. Rogues. Are the only rogues, so there will be no new ones. Okay.
Okay, I'm back. Sorry about that.
Hello.
X-Fred, you've gone really quiet.
X-Freds. X-Freddy Fazbear.
X-Freds has died on us. Let's try to motivate X-Freds with a controlled shock.
I'm just imagining the controlled shock in question is just you going up to my hoodie, rubbing your glove against it just enough so you can like get like enough static electricity from it, and you just shock it.
Oh, that's a funny visual.
It is a funny visual. Anyways, welcome back, William Apton and the Mimic. What?
Okay, which one is the Mimic? Because if you make anyone the Mimic, I will punch them.
Okay. First, I'm not the Mimic.
And I'm not the Mimic.
X-Freds isn't the Mimic.
So where is the Mimic?
So which one of you in chat is the Mimic? Oh, X-Fred says they'll be back.
Oh, okay. Hey, YouTube Social HD2, welcome to the stream. We are currently suffering at the hands of this mountain yet again.
Darkwood says he's the Mimic.
Okay, punch him, beat him up. But no, don't worry, we're just joking about that. I'm trying to think of a good stream topic. Like a good topic for discussion. Ooh, right. I just remembered. Apparently, in the last few seconds of Indie Cross Episode 2, Cuphead did not actually grab the sun that Nico has.
Really?
No, he grabbed the lamp.
Uh-oh.
Which means the sun is now in that realm that's about to be smelted. But hopefully V1 will find it. And not immediately break it.
Yeah.
But Moro has mentioned that the sun will be important later on, so that'll be interesting.
I mean, I suggested the existence of what?
What? Hang on, let me see that chat.
Oh, oh, that is actually disgusting. Oh.
Oh, yeah. You don't know about that.
No, it's just. I mean, I suggested the existence of Tony Sonic X Pivotal in the last stream.
That's just friends. We are just friends, and we are very straight coded, so we would not have any of those.
Even okay, in universe and out of universe, that is messed up on a lot of levels. Do not do that.
Yeah, I'm back.
Ever.
Hey, X-Freds.
Oh my god, what happened? What happened?
Piffle is cringing at the idea of him and me being shipped.
Yeah, because there's a lot,
Which I don't see what the big deal is. I mean, we're just going on a boat together in a crate.
Oh god, yeah. You're right. I couldn't stand being on one of those. I get seasick. And I don't want you piloting the boat either. I feel like you're gonna crash me into into somewhere, and you're gonna jump off, and you're gonna start laughing at me. But on a real note, do not ever suggest that for a joke or anything else. I will time you out. I swear to God, that's actually disgusting.
It actually is pretty gross. Like, bro, what? Who on earth has?
Okay. They're at least redeeming themselves because they're saying, I'm gonna be the one to say, please don't effing ship these two. They are friends, not lovers. Please forgive me for these sins. I forgive you.
So do I.
Celeste could be
I resolve you of my. Have either of you seen Ed, Ed, and Eddie?
I haven't. But why do you bring it up?
Well, there's this one character named Rolf, and he's very Well, I'm not exactly sure how to describe him. Basically, there's a bit with him where he needs to punish his sibling for doing something wrong. So he brings out this overly large hat that's shaped like a hammer, and he calls it the Hat of Discipline and whacks him with it once. And once he does, he's like, all is forgiven.
Okay.
The hat of discipline.
Also, YouTube Social HD 2 says Celeste could be potential material for an everything right and wrong with video.
I would like to make one, but I gotta fully complete it, which means getting these fucking strawberries.
Well, guess what? I made that too.
And you should support him. Now. Like, how many views does that video currently have?
I don't actually remember. It has 803.
803? That should be at least over 1,000 by now. You people aren't doing your job. You guys in chat, go watch that video while you're watching this stream.
Yay! What happens?
All right.
What happens if you get all the strawberries? Nothing.
Nothing, except my pride of accomplishment.
Which sometimes.
Said, hey, I did my job. Yeah, I know you did your job, Garforn. You're good.
Yeah, it's. Oh my god.
Okay, chat members, if you have seen Piffle's video, raise your hand. Like put the hand emoji in chat. If you have seen Piffle's E-Raw video.
Yeah, the E-Raw of Celeste.
Garforn raised his hand. Bendy raised his hand.
Okay.
Oh,
that's 2 confirmed.
And how many people are watching this stream?
Who else
13. Today's say, also known as 13.
Wow, you actually know the Spanish word for 13?
Simply Mark raised his hand.
Okay.
Yes, I do.
So that's 3 out of 13.
Zeno Jamie said, "I am ashamed." You haven't watched it. You got homework to do right now. You gotta watch it.
Yeah, you gotta watch it. It's literally the start of Piffle's new arc.
It's so good. It's so good.
Selena's Kitchen also hasn't raised her hand, so I'm pretty sure she hasn't watched it. So
once the stream is over, go watch it.
Homework. Hardhead has. So that's another.
Okay, so that's 4 out of 13. 4 out of 14 seems like it.
5 because Moon. So yeah, we have 5. We have 5 people. 5 out of 13 of you have. Okay, 6. So Selena has watched it.
All right.
6.
All right.
Now we need. Now, where are the rest of y'all? There are 13 people in the stream. Where are the rest of y'all?
I guess people who are just watching casually and don't know how to type.
Actually, -2.
-2. So 11. So 11.
Okay, wait.
Out of 11.
You're watching the stream on something else, right? Experts.
Yes. Yes.
Okay, so yeah, -2 because that's me and you. So we have 5 out of 11. I could recommend
5 out of 11.
Wait,
No. It was 6 out of 11. 6 out of 11.
Whatever. All of you who haven't watched the video, go watch it. And if you haven't watched it, watch it again, just in case you missed anything.
Lena said I didn't watch it. I just wanted to raise my hand for support. Well, you gotta go watch it, or else you can't raise your hand. Bendy says I could recommend the video to the semi-official Joey Drew Studios Discord if you want. I mean, if they allow you to, check their like.
If there's a section for like video, if there's a section in the server for like videos on YouTube about like indie games or whatever, or a channel of similar stuff, then like go ahead.
Sure. Hey,
That's if there is one though.
All right. Okay, here's one, chat. I know I've been going off about like Mono in Mono from Little Nightmares 2 to be an Indie Cross, and I really wish I could explain why and what I would want him to do. But there's just so much juicy lore surrounding him that I can't do it without playing the game aim for you guys. And I am going to do that. You know what? There are so many games that I want to stream. Like for August in particular. I'm currently alternating.
There's so many things that I want to do on my channel in general. Like, so I feel you.
Like, I'm currently alternating between like either Slay the Princess or Little Nightmares 2. Maybe Outlast.
I think. I think you're better. I think Little Nightmares 2 may be best considering what you just mentioned.
Do Slay the Princess. Let Moon have a stream.
I mean, Moon's gonna be there for potentially for Secret of the Mimic and maybe for Solar Ash.
Well, do Slay the Princess.
I don't know. What do you guys think? Do you want Slay the Princess or a Little Nightmares 2?
Make it a poll.
Make a poll. I mean, all right.
Yes.
Once on the next death, I'll make a poll about him.
Also, YouTube social.
I'm hoping we can complete at least one of these.
Yeah, me too.
I didn't know that Tony Sonic is a Discord server. We weren't talking about Tony's. We were talking about the semi-official Joey Drew Studios one. Garvorn says Piffle is a stubborn man. I am.
And yet, I'm still the Sisyphus of the group.
Yes. With that to be explained. Yeah, you should make a poll.
I will make a poll eventually on the next death, whenever that is. I like the music for this level. It's very peaceful.
Yeah, yeah. Even though this is still my least favorite chapter, I still think it is fun in its own right. It's just very the wind is just very insufferable.
Moon says insert Piffle yeeting the controller away. I could very much see Piffle like just winding back his orb hand so super duper far and then just chucking the controller.
All right.
Yeah.
Let's make a poll then. All right. No wait, not that. Okay. Start a poll. What game should I play in August? Because like we got Solar Ash and Secret of the Mimic for June. We got Shadow Labyrinth for July, so August is open.
Mm-hmm. Slay the princess. Slay the princess. Also,
You're influencing them, Pev.
Just remember,
Yeah.
guys, I have a lot. There's something awesome Mono does in Little Nightmares 2 that you won't get to see if I play Slay the Princess.
Yeah, but Slay the Princess is something new. It's some new content, okay?
Little Nightmares 2 is also new
You actually
content.
get to see Tony play the game for the first time.
Wow, it's
it's
literally
50-50
50-50.
now.
Look what you guys done.
Come on, there's two other people in this stream. Come on, one of you, please. No. I swear to God. Wait, there's one more person. Could it tie out again? Could it tie out again?
No, I think that one last person is me.
Well,
Have
vote
you
for
not
Little
voted?
Nightmares 2, please.
Vote for Slay the Princess. Tie it out, experts. Tie it out. Tie it out, and then we can vote again.
No way in hell. No way in hell.
You realize if the poll stalemates, we're not doing either of those, right?
You meanie. You're mean. You're mean. You did that just so we could do Little Nightmares too.
Because I really want to do Little Nightmares 2. There's something awesome in it.
You can do both.
Yeah, and I want to do it
you gotta
sooner because Little
remember-
Nightmares 3 is also going to come out later this year.
Yeah, well, yeah. And plus,
gotta
if
remember, Tony.
if it was a stalemate, we couldn't do either. So.
Tony,
What?
you got a new member.
A new member? Ooh, Days
Yes.
and Memories. Thank you. Welcome to Hedgehog Bro Days and Memories. Well,
Well, my point is, if you just genuinely want to do Little Nightmares too, then do Little Nightmares too. But then also just do Slay the Princess at a point.
I think he's just doing like which one is first.
I will say, for October and November, I want to play Resident Evil 7. Specifically, the main campaign in October and the DLC in November. That is a plan. And September is totally stacked out with multiple Undertale streams. Because it's the 10th anniversary of my favorite game of all time, so that overrides everything.
Wait. I thought that. Wait, hold on. I thought. Wasn't that September?
September, yeah, I'm talking about September. September is stacked. Ugh.
Also, I just realized, Tony,
Yeah?
for your little member icon, you just have it as like what's it called? Movie Sonic.
Yes, I know. I made that
Right?
long before my avatar, and I have yet to update it. I will at some point. Just
You should make it the little Tony icon I made for you.
yeah, I should.
Also, Piffle, if it makes you feel better, I chose Slay the Princess, even though I prefer Little Nightmares too. That does make me feel better. Days Memory says, would you ever play Rayman?
Absolutely. But which Rayman?
We should.
I think it just means the series.
It would be really. You know what would be really fun?
What?
If all of us could play Legends together. Oh, that'd be fun.
Rayman Legends?
Legends or Origins, honestly.
I feel trapped in an endless cycle of pain.
I would too. If I were doing these, because man, this sucks.
As Viola's theme song once said, begging to be free, but you don't hear me.
This whole golden strawberry thing is just leaving a bad time for Tony.
Who thought of this idea? I want a name, a face, and an address. I just want to talk.
Yep.
I just want to talk to them. I just want to talk to them. I just want to shoot them.
Also, Selena, you need to stop being sassy every time we don't read one of your things. I'm putting you in timeout. You gotta stop doing that. It's genuinely, it's getting like
Really
you're just being rude now. Garflorn says, "I want to see a Mario Party stream." Why? So you can join and then lose again?
Don't be
Like you
mean.
always do?
Don't be mean to the members.
I'm not being mean to the members. It is a no. Okay. You know why I say that? Because
Yeah, I
Garflorn
know he has a losing streak. I know he said that a lot, but you don't need to be mean about it.
It's been on everything. I'm making
You
it
are
true.
being mean about it, though.
It's a mean
about it. I was
joke.
just stating it. I was. Garflorn gets it, don't you, Garflorn? I keep Piffle in track. I'm still losing, by the way.
My God.
See, Garflorn gets it. Garflorn gets it.
He's not saying that proudly.
He's literally. There's literally an exclamation mark there. He said, "Yeah." Garflorn gets it.
Okay,
Moon says, "I'm scared to see y'all rage on Mario Party."
Which is why I ain't joining there.
See, I don't see
I can-
Tony
I can
crashing out
tolerate- I
Mario
can-
Party would be like a fun streaming with the viewers stream. Is that like, well, actually, Mario Party games are very long, so it'd be really awkward because that'd be like a friends exclusive thing since like you can only have like 4 players in Mario Party. But Mario Kart would be fun.
Oh yes.
Ah.
Which oh, Tony, can you clutch this?
No,
You,
I almost clutched it.
God. How much longer are we gonna be here for?
Also, Tony, if we did a Mario Kart stream, who are you picking?
Because I'm I'd actually have to
Which
think about
character?
that. I'm considering Golden Mario because I unlocked him and his cart, customized cart and wheels and glider, which took a very long time, by the way.
Oh, so we'd be doing 8 Deluxe. Cool. I love 8 Deluxe. I'm not complaining. 8 Deluxe is cool.
Yeah,
We definitely wouldn't be doing World because prices.
Yeah.
No. I mean, Mario Kart World. I'm sure the game itself will be good on its own right, but it's certainly gonna have to do a lot if it's gonna even come remotely close to living up by that horrendous price tag.
Garflorn
stated
says,
this
"Sadly, I
before.
don't have a losing streak in that one since I don't play Mario Kart." Oh, don't worry. By the way, Sonic Shuffle is going horrible right now. In case you're wondering.
Sonic Shuffle sucks.
Anyways, I was gonna point out. Oh, I forgot what I was talking about. No.
Mario Kart.
You see my issue.
Wait, what?
You're talking about Mario Kart.
I was talking about something Mario Kart related. Then I forgot.
I think it was just which game, but we all decided on.
Okay, I was talking about that. It was
No, the character.
yeah, character. I was gonna go on a thing. I was gonna say, I like World. Like I like what I've seen of World. I've stated this before to Tony and X-Freds. The price, yes, the price is bad. But I do not think that warrants people shitting on the actual game itself for some of the reasons that I've seen. Because I've shown these two a video that's been influencing a lot. a lot of
yeah. Oh, look. I'm not gonna defend the pricing point on Mario Kart World, nor am I gonna like say that anyone is wrong for like not getting it, because like I'm hesitant to even on guide it, but my God, don't discourage others. Don't discourage others, please. Don't. It writes you off.
And
It
if
writes you
you're
off
gonna do
more
it-
scummy than.
And if
than
you're gonna
want
do
to.
it, be more informed. It's why you don't judge something until you've tried it. We've literally have a phrase for that. It's called "Don't judge a book by its cover."
Or judge a console by its price.
Yeah.
No, just don't judge it. Don't judge a game by don't judge a game by only stuff that you've seen, not experience, because that's what that one video did, or not just that one video, but a lot of the videos have done. I literally had to see somebody before this stream. I had to sit through this absolutely wonderful short about how this guy said that wall running is in this game is basically useless. And the reason he showed was because in the one clip where Birdo does some really cool tricks off of this one wall, there's a Koopa Troopa that gets ahead of her. And you want to know the actual reason why, which he never even acknowledges? It's because the Koopa has a mushroom that he uses, and Birdo doesn't use it. And even then, there was still more of the actual path that leads to a sharper turn, which would get her there faster than that Koopa could still. You're trying to find more things to hate. You're trying to find more things to hate about this game, and you can't. You can't.
Oh, you know what?
Yeah,
you know one thing that is worth hating about Switch 2?
What?
Paid upgrade packs for certain Nintendo Switch games.
That's
Okay, that actually kind of sucks.
Like
Some of
Breath
them-
of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom are at least free with the NSO expansion pack membership. But like that's like the only exception. And like you're getting, and even if you don't have like NSO membership, you're getting charged like $10 for basically an FPS boost, which was free on the Series X system.
I don't like that. I think that it should be you own the original game. You can get the FPS boosts and stuff like that on the Switch too. And then when it comes to upgrade packs, those should be for the actual things that have DLC.
Yeah, like Forgotten
for
Land and
example-
Super Mario Party Jamboree. Those actually have added content to them that would warrant maybe $5 to $10 worth of a price. But like if it's just like a graphical upgrade, no. Make it free.
Also, somebody asked who the YouTuber was in question. I'm pretty sure their name is like Bearman or something like that.
I think it was Bearman. Regardless, the video wasn't very good.
Bearman 3600, and it's called The Sad Reality of Mario Kart. Don't watch it. Don't give him any support. It's bad.
Yeah. I will say because the pricing is bad, and it does make people hesitant to even getting it. But I still think the game itself will be good.
The game itself, I think, is going to be amazing. Honestly.
Yeah, but even if it is the most, even if it like surpasses Elden Ring in terms of quality, that's no excuse for like charging more.
Yeah,
charging
but
so
I don't
much.
think like I said when we were watching that video, it's not the devs' fault. The devs of that game's fault that it costs so much. It's the higher ups in Nintendo.
Yeah,
it's their fault. I'm gonna blame that on them. But if I'm gonna look at the actual game for what it is, I'm not gonna say, it's $80. That means this game is just trash altogether.
Yeah. The reason why I still play Nintendo games at least sometimes, because like I'm not like I don't choose to believe I'm supporting Nintendo. I would rather believe I'm more supporting the developers more than anything else.
Mm-hmm.
But what does irritate me about the Switch 2 discourse is that you got a whole lot of PC fanboys coming out saying like, ha ha ha, console fanboys, look at our precious PC. Look at how much more supposedly affordable it is. Look how much better it is. You are such a shill if you buy the Switch 2. It's like, shut the fuck up. I'll be like that one one moment in the SpongeBob movie where like the guy rips off these two fish's mouths just to get them to shut up.
Once again, I like, even if the pricing was god awful, that is if you think that's a good enough excuse to outright discourage others from getting something that they're remotely interested in, then you gotta be freaking insane. You gotta be insane.
Bendy says, which game has the most insane modding scene you've ever seen?
FNF.
Rivals of Aether.
FNF, Minecraft, definitely.
FNF's modding scene is very big, but I only have like a few that I actually enjoy.
Like, I don't really think that determines what makes how big the modding scene is.
It's insane. Insane in general is just a very like subjective term. When it comes down to it, like, FNF's modding scene to me only goes to a certain extent of like, yeah, there are a lot of FNF mods, but a lot of them are not that memorable.
I think people just remember the best ones and keep those in their mind.
Right, and then it's sad because most of the best ones end up just having really shitty creators.
Mm-hmm.
Well, the thing is, every modding scene is gonna have like a bad mod. Every modding scene is gonna have a bad mod.
I'm not talking about bad mods. I'm talking about good mods with shitty creators, like the Bob and Bosip mod. Great mod, 10 out of 10 mod, and then it just had a more.
Yeah.
But on the other hand, actually no, I'm gonna say Rivals and A Hat in Time. Honestly, Rivals and A Hat in Time have absolutely insane modding communities.
Isn't it funny like how fans just modded in Mustache Girl even though the devs were like just like nah. Like,
yeah, they modded in Mustache Girl, and then that spawned my worst series on my channel.
I mean, it wasn't that bad.
I don't look back at those videos fondly because it was just the first video was just Piffle's first time trying to work equipment. So it was just me struggling.
I think that's funny. I thought that was funny.
It was. Okay, it's literally just me, like, improvising half of the lines, and I hated those. I'm gonna go watch those now, Piffle. No!
You can't stop him now. You can't stop him now.
And then the second one was like, collab with Tony.
Mm-hmm.
Where he got turned into a head, where he got turned into a single head.
Yeah. Where like so that it was a really I think it was pretty good.
Yeah, that one was fine. Yeah.
That one was pretty good. Except at the end of it, I had to add a watermark to it, and it made me want to commit Sudoku.
God, no.
Well, what's the problem? Sudoku is a really fun puzzle game.
No, it's not. Don't lie to yourself.
That's. It's literally how I feel whenever because like the last time I played FNAF Security Breach on my PC, I was starting a new save file, and then my entire PC crashed. Is just from the game alone.
Dang.
Right. At Fazbear Entertainment, we stride ourselves in having the most powerful tech. And by the most powerful, we mean the cheapest that the market could buy.
Yeah, that was the. Well, that was the. Yeah, but seriously, that was the dumbest moment I've ever had with that game. I was like, okay, no, screw this. I ain't playing this until Ruin comes out.
Better than having the panda cut at the top of your video the whole time. I should know. You mean? Huh?
I think he's just. I think Bendy's just speaking for himself, my friend.
You mean like the watermark, or like their watermark thing? It's not. I don't think theirs is that bad.
All right. We're getting nowhere with this one. And the deaths continue to pile.
God.
So we're going to try one more time for the rest of the stream. Another half hour. I'm getting tired. And this B-sides can frankly go to hell.
Yeah. My God, this
game seems very frustrating. You don't know the half of the day's memories.
Now this game is actually really peaceful if you just ignore everything.
If you ignore the stupid golden strawberry mission, yeah, you could get a relatively peaceful experience.
No. What are you talking about? They're the most relaxing part of it. I'm turning into Poro right now.
You actually are. You actually are.
Hey, Biff, have you seen any bad videos of late? We need another Smash Bros. Section.
Not again.
What? Ooh, have I seen any bad videos of recent? Have I seen any bad videos of recent? I'm gonna look. I'll find one.
That was a really cool move, like the step forward and like that was a real like jump. That kind of looked like a jump dash, kind of.
Wait, what did he do? Sorry, I wasn't looking.
At the beginning of his like next attempt, I just saw never mind.
No, explain what he did. I want to know.
It's hard to explain, but it looked like
Did he dash forward and then jump?
I think he dashed while jumping, like almost.
You can't. If you dash while you're jumping, you lose all your momentum. I think what Tony did was a super, or he did a hyper.
No, he did it again. Like.
Wait, what?
I need to look at it.
I just dashed.
Okay,
I just dashed and
okay.
jump at the same time. It's not that impressive.
Wait, what?
I just dashed and jumped at the same time. It's not that impressive.
Oh,
I mean, for me, I'm a very casual player when it comes to this game, so I don't really use it a whole shit ton.
You're good. What were you talking about before this?
Bad videos you've seen.
Bad Smash Brothers videos.
No, not just not Smash Bros. Videos in particular. Just like bad videos in general that you've seen.
I'm looking through my history. I want to find something. I will find something. I hope you guys know that. I'm gonna find something. And then you're gonna have to deal with it.
I think my favorite part of like the last Celeste stream was during the part where we started talking about like the Smash Bros cuts, and previously when I informed you that Shovel Knight fought Kratos.
And just died.
What was the Smash Brothers thing? I forget. It was nothing. It was nothing.
It was this guy who tried to cut most of the Smash Brothers roster.
Oh, that video. Yeah, that video was also not very great.
Okay, not a bad video that I've watched, but did you? The voice actor for the princess in Slay the Princess did that one meme where it's like the bird flew. yeah, they tend to do that. Like, it's like, yeah, she did it as each of the princess paths.
Oh, that's actually pretty funny.
Oh, it's really good too. It even has their proper filters. So it's like, you're telling me a shrimp fried this rice? What's upstairs? They can't talk.
That sounds funny.
I find it quite simple. Road work ahead.
Yeah.
We got insanely close with this one, with this B-sides.
Yeah, we keep getting really close and yet so far with this one.
Fire pizza.
That's why I'm trying it again,
Yeah,
because
but-
it's the closest we've gotten to victory.
Yeah. I was about to say. I think this is compared to Chapter 4 B-side. This one definitely seems the less infuriating of the two.
I don't want to end
Yeah,
this
I
video
should-
and this stream in failure. I want to have a more positive outcome.
Yeah.
Oh my god, you know what? I should.
So don't give up. Don't
You
give
know what
up.
I can do about the Smash Bros thing? I can update you guys on how that's going.
What? What happened?
Okay, so turns out he got himself involved, or Sir Musty, another creator I watch, got himself a little more involved with it because he called him out and stuff. Just not like, just a little unseriously, but also it was just like a point to be like, yeah, you're old. You're kind of old for all these takes. It just kind of sounds like an old person talking about this. And then he went on a stream and was like trying to talk and justify about this. After one of the main things was that he said, or that in response to him saying that Minecraft was equivalent to brain rot.
What?
Brain rot that hadn't even existed at the time of Minecraft releasing.
I mean, it does kind of exist nowadays, but that's just what the internet's turned it into. It's not Minecraft's fault.
We're not talking about we're not talking about the Minecraft movie. Not even that.
I'm not even referring to the Minecraft movie. I just mean like Minecraft in general.
Right, but nothing. Yeah, but like nothing relating to actual Minecraft. Literally just. I think that Minecraft is kind of like the equivalent to like Skibidi Toilet, Ohio Riz, Fortnite.
Oh please, it's not
stuff
that
like
bad.
that.
I don't even like Minecraft, and I don't think it's that bad.
It's just like, no, it's not. No, it's not. And so he sees that people don't like that. Oh, Garflorn's going away. Bye.
Bye, Garflorn. Thanks for coming.
Now we're getting somewhere. Yeah, but it's like says all that, and then after seeing that most people disagreed on that, he then tries to say, "Oh, guys, it was just I was joking on that point." Like, were you really joking? Because the way you said it, if you were joking, first, Sir Musty says is like, if you were joking, you deliver that joke entirely poorly, and if you weren't joking, then you're just backpedaling. Either way, it's not good, and you shouldn't be like antagonizing your audience for that. For like thinking that you weren't joking, and then at a point his audience calls him old, and then he literally on stream is like, yeah, guys, I'm not old. Guys, I'm not out of touch. It's like,
You're not hip with the kids. You fell off.
like, you, my guy, you're not out of touch. If you're not out of touch, you would know that that you would know not to replace Pit with his design in Brawl, because you, as a wee child, loved his old design and nothing more, because they're literally the same character.
On the topic of like falling off, like this is a little unrelated, but like I love that one of the achievements in Another Crab's Treasure is you fell off because you get it by falling off a cliff.
You fell off.
Like, thanks, achievement. I didn't know that.
No. You needed to know. That's vital information. If you don't know that information, how are you supposed to continue in your crab adventure?
Yeah, I've been playing through Another Crab's Treasure, and it's really fun. Really infuriating sometimes, especially when you lose like 20,000 microplastics due to a horde of enemies ganging up on you, but it's still fun.
I think that's the same mindset we're coming with this game at this very moment, because it's fun to actually like control Madeline throughout all of this and like do skillful platforming and all that, skillful moves, but it's also really frustrating when you have to restart the whole section every single time you die.
Yeah.
Every single time. And hold on, isn't this like a mod? Like, isn't this like a mod?
No, this isn't a mod. This is an actual optional thing that the developers programmed.
Like, B-sides and C-sides are not mods.
No. The golden strawberry thing. The golden strawberry thing.
No,
Right.
Nothing in here is a mod. This is just this is the base game.
Yeah, this is all included in the base game.
Tony never plays his games on his PC. He plays them on his Xbox.
Or one of my other consoles.
Nah, it's always on his Xbox. You put filters on your Xbox to make it look like other consoles.
How did you know my secret?
Because I make the consoles!
So you are secretly Microsoft, which means you killed Tango Gameworks.
No, I'm not Microsoft. I just replicated the console. It's not that hard. You forget I'm a mechanic.
Yeah, well, joke's on you. I have 70 alternate devices. Is try to copy all of that.
I don't want to copy that. The only reason I copied Tony's the only reason I copied Tony's Xbox is because Tony was whining to me about how he couldn't stream without it. So. I'm just imagining a scene of just Tony just being like, how am I supposed to post content without my Xbox, Pipple? How am I supposed to do it?
Fun fact, Stellar Blade is a PS5 game. Which means that Piffle modified my Xbox to play PS5 games. Which is very awesome.
I made you a PS5.
Are we going insane?
I think so. These spinning dust clouds are causing us to go loopy.
This is, oh my god. I want to let y'all know I'm never doing this.
Good. I just want to do it because I thought it would be fun. It's not fun. I'm doing a yearly challenge like this.
I think that if anyone ever plans to play Celeste, that they should at least try to do it.
And you can't say I'm not trying, because I am clearly trying.
I'm not talking about you, I'm talking about experts. I think you should at least try it.
With any luck, you'll probably get like the first two of each side. Maybe, like, I think you could, with practice, you could definitely do the C sides.
I could, but looking at all of this, I don't have any interest.
Okay, experts.
My God.
Okay. No, because I know what you were gonna say. You were gonna be like, I don't think I have the skill to do it.
Well, even if I did, which again, it's debatable. It's
Okay.
It's not in my interest.
Okay. You climb. I think, especially because I've seen how you play Sonic games, and like really try to master them. I think personally, you love the way that the B-sides help you master the way Celeste works.
No. I'll probably play the B-sides. I'm just not gonna do like this. I'm not gonna want to do it.
No,
in,
the
like,
Golden
one
Strawberry is
go.
completely understandable.
No, the B-sides I'll 100% do, but like if given the time. But this no.
Like I said, Golden Strawberry is completely understandable. They don't give you anything. They do not contribute to anything. You don't need to do that.
Like the only thing, like it's much like it like the only thing that you would ever be getting out of this is like potential bragging rights,
Which Pitbull does
or
have.
satisfaction in Tony's case. But
the B-sides you do get stuff, or the B-sides you do get stuff out of. Same with the B-sides,
obviously.
because you get to experience the rest of Farewell.
No. I think the B-sides is a really cool feature. Sure.
God, I remember absolutely being in tears for Farewell.
Farewell is probably going to be hell for me, but I feel like if given enough time, I probably could do it.
Oh, you
could
definitely can. Farewell is very much trial and error, and that's why I recommend before you do go into Farewell, that's when you should start doing all your B-sides and C-sides.
Oh yeah, obviously.
You learn a lot through those.
Yeah.
Especially wall bouncing. Wall bouncing is important.
Now with Farewell, do you lose your progress every time you leave it? Unlike the other one, where it's like, okay.
Farewell does not have the you die once you go back to the beginning. The only reason Tony has that right now is because he's holding the Golden Strawberry.
All right.
However, there is a Golden Strawberry for Farewell, and I was insane enough to get it.
My God. Yeah, yeah.
At this point, I'm not even paying attention anymore. I'm just mindlessly going at it. I don't want to end the stream on a dour note, though. I would like to at least do this. So I'm sorry, guys, but we gotta keep going.
Don't let us stop you, bro. No, keep on going. Determination is at hand.
Go, Tony Blahnik.
That is terrible. That was terrible.
No, okay. What else do you expect me to call him? His name is literally Tony Chronic.
I think you got me confused for Tony Lonic.
No, I actually.
I thought it was.
No,
Phonic.
that's
Phonic.
not his name. His name is Tony. That's his name. Tony. Tony Phonic. Tony Phonic is definitely an interesting one, though. He's an interesting fellow. Stay away from him.
Xeno Jamie is asking Pipple, do the evil laugh.
Hold on. You want me to do an evil laugh? I can do an evil laugh.
This will be good.
Anyways.
Holy crap, that was incredible.
I want to see how that sounded on the stream. Hold on.
That was actually insane.
Really good. It's just all I have to do. I really just have to tap into the bass in my voice. Which, yeah, you guys will probably never hear that from my voice. I do have bass. I sing at a baritone level. I have bass in my voice.
If I do beat this level today, I will do my own evil laugh. Or
Yes.
more of a psychotic laugh, but depending on who you are, it can be an evil laugh. Fuck.
Tony, I should get you a mask just like mine, and then you can we can evil laugh together.
At this point, I honestly, compared to oh my god. It's kind of a weird topic, but we kind of went into the FNF modding scene earlier. What's the hardest mod you ever played?
Indie Cross, just because of the nightmare songs.
Indie Cross is far from the hardest mod.
Have you played the nightmare songs?
Yep.
Did you beat them?
Yep.
Even Nightmare Bendy?
Yep.
How long did that take?
All right,
you?
What's your answer to that?
Played a lot of hard mods. I don't know, but I know one of them is not Indie Cross. Indie Cross was more of just a really fun experience.
Yeah. Yeah, I will say though, Nightmare Mode is kind of more like optional stuff, like Expurgation kind of was.
Though on the topic of rhythm games like FNF, you will not catch me 100% in Crypt of the Necrodancer or any of its following games. I'm sorry, but they're just too hard. I played Rift of the Necrodancer, and it has a difficulty setting called Impossible Difficulty, and it is fairly named because you will not be able to even finish it, let alone get a S+ rank or anything.
You know what game you
as for me, I actually this might be a bit of an oddball choice, but as of current, this will probably change. Probably the corrupted Fin mod.
The corrupted FNF mod?
The corrupted Fin mod. From the character from Adventure Time.
Oh, corrupted Fin. Okay, I get it now.
What's it called? Speaking of rhythm games we're gonna do, soon, me and Tony will be collabing once again to work on the one on No Straight Roads.
Indeed. I will need to play No Straight Roads again, which will be fun. It'll be more fun than this.
I'll need to play it again, and we'll play it side by side. We'll play it side by side. Just kidding. Not literally, but you know.
Mm-hmm.
We'll play through it again. And
I hate to deviate from the topic, but what are the Turnip Boy games on?
Oh, the Turnip Boy games are on all consoles.
All consoles? Okay, good.
Alright, cool. And that...
I know they're on Switch, at least. They are both on Switch, so... Either way, you own a console that plays them.
Okay, good. Because I wanna have a variety. I was originally going to do something else for the summer ERA poll, but because Stellar Blade has taken so unbelievably long, I cannot. Things have changed, to say the least.
I mean that happens. It's just. I guess this stream because I don't want to stop you. I know you're determined, but this is quite an unbelievable task.
Yeah. Top 3 worst bosses from Xeno Jamie.
Worst bosses?
Yeah.
In general.
In general, okay. Obviously, Imperator X would be at the top.
I knew that was going to be the case.
Then probably Jasper Bat Jr. Then below that, I would go with
We're from 06. It's no use. It's no use.
Yeah, no, Silver isn't that terrible.
No. I actually don't know what my third one would be. What about you guys?
In terms of worst bosses, I don't really know. It's hard to decide. Actually, well, okay. This is probably not gonna be my number one pick. It'll probably be something else. But if I were to name of a terrible boss right from the top of my head, definitely Kronika from Mortal Kombat 11. It's not because it's hard, but because of its pure design. Because sure, for a first time player it's gonna be hellish, but like once you learn the fact that Kronika is basically like her whole weakness is projectiles and just basic chip damage, it is so pathetic. It is so pathetic. On top of her being an already god-awful villain of her respective game, I think you can understand why I hate the boss fight so much.
The worst boss for me is the boss at the McDonald's. I mean I hate that guy.
Which boss in McDonald's? Because every McDonald's has a new boss.
The boss. That's his legal name. The boss. I don't actually know if I have a boss that I just hate outright. I don't know one off the top of my head.
There's gotta be something.
Also, Tony, you said you were going for another half hour, right? You have 5 more minutes then.
Man.
I think he took those words. I think he honestly took those words back. Honestly.
Well, I mean, there's always a chance this could be the run. I don't think it's gonna be the run, but there's always a chance.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't think Tony is coming up yet. Not yet.
Yeah.
Yap about anything. I just need to concentrate once again.
Alright.
I'm sorry if this is boring for you guys in chat, by the way. We're doing our best to make this at least semi-entertaining.
Yeah, alright, we'll do it like we did last time. Tony, you focus, and, unless if you need us silent, we can entertain the chat.
We gotta entertain the chat. It's a job. Sonic did nothing wrong. What did Sonic do?
I'm just I'm actually with the chat on this one. Sonic did nothing wrong.
What? What are we talking about?
I don't know. That's why I said that.
Galactus from Lego Marvel Superhero is the most overpraised boss I've ever seen. People praise a boss from a Lego game? I don't know. I've always seen Lego game bosses as just that. A Lego game boss. They're just okay.
Alright, just have to speak with my mother real quick. On the minute I was out, what did I miss?
Nothing.
Okay. Thing.
Piffle burp.
Use you.
Yes, I am me. I am all of me.
You are.
Step inside, hold on for dear life.
I actually want to talk about this. Since you brought up I Am All of Me, so thank you very much. I actually recently tried that. I talked a bit with the user one Campbell about it, along with Puro. The Shadow the Hedgehog Reloaded.
Is it peak or not?
In terms of what it sets out to do, yeah, I'd say it does a pretty peak job.
my god, Alistair joined our stream. It's the Alistair.
Yes, Alistair.
From Habin Hotel.
Hell yeah. Okay, so about Shadow the Hedgehog Reloaded. It's kinda like Project 06, but not really. It's not a fan game. It's not a fan game necessarily.
Yeah.
It's basically just a modified version of Shadow the Hedgehog that fixes all it possibly can to improve. It does all it possibly can to improve the overall experience. This includes tweaking up the controls. Making the missions a lot less annoying. Well, most of them. Not having you play the game 10 times. And then there's also some general tweaks to the level design that improves the pacing of certain levels. So that's always a plus. And the melee weapons are also, insanely improved. So pretty much all possible problems that could be fixed throughout Shadow the Hedgehog, it was able to do.
Oh my god, Cam's back. Cam, you're back at like the end of almost the end of the stream, basically.
Mm-hmm.
But hi.
Well, we'll see. But yeah, welcome. I was just talking about your buddy old pal's fan creation, Shadow the Hedgehog Reloaded.
Mm-hmm. We really need to get Campbell in one of these streams.
We really do, Cam.
Yeah. The last time he was on a stream with us.
Chipped.
Yeah. If he's interested, I'm more than sure we could bring him in.
Also, Cam said I just got done finishing a Sonic X watch session with PokeSonic Legend and the Monty Presents. Sweet. What season?
I just celebrated 2 birthdays yesterday and today. Wow, Alistair.
Y'all watch like do y'all watch like the entire thing, or have you just finished up a season of the show? It's still so weird to me how like Chris's time travel kind of works. Not time travel, but
unlike most people, where people just have a genuine hatred towards Chris, my feelings towards the character are actually pretty neutral. He has a lot of insufferable moments, but he also does have a handful of moments that are kind of neat. So I don't despise Chris, but I also don't really like the character that much either.
Spicy take to bring the Tony, but Cam says I think Chris is overhated, to be honest.
He's not gonna like that during this time.
If you're expecting to get some kind of reaction out of me, I am dead inside.
I'm sorry.
Right now that's Cam. Cam's not trying to get a reaction out of you.
Sorry, Cam. I'm dead inside. You missed out all the fun.
Oh god, Tony Sonic emo.
Piff, this is probably not a good time at all.
What? I'm trying to bring some levity. If he's dead inside. Nah, I don't tend to get any reactions out of people. We know Cam.
Yeah, it's fine.
Yeah,
I do. Because I do agree. He is overhated to a specific extent, but I also do understand why people hate him. But what are your thoughts? F?
Chris exists. I think sometimes he's just kind of like a brat because he just kind of acts the way he is because he's a kid.
Yeah.
But I think when he's an adult and then he has to get changed back into a kid, I think that's a little weird.
That was insanely weird.
Just let him be an adult, man.
We could have seen a side of Chris that was actually consistently tolerable compared to the last couple seasons, but no, we still got the same. We still got the same thing.
Mm-hmm.
Not the exact same thing, but you get the point.
Also, Cam, I'm giving you. I've delivered a pizza to your house. It's your Pizza Hut. Don't ask why. I just felt like being nice to you.
I vividly remember like my first ever live stream on my channel. It was about a tier list. It was about a fan game. It was about a FNAF AR fan game known as Forsaken AR. And it was mainly ranking all the characters and skins and how they were executed in the game.
Funny enough, a Discord buddy of mine told me he's rewriting a better version of Chris in his Ruby rewrite / Sonic crossover fanfic. Cool.
That's pretty
Oh
cool.
God! Oh God! The mention of Ruby just made Cam freak out. Anyways,
Yeah.
Cam also says, honestly, I like how Chris in season 3 maintains the maturity when he is back as a kid. Yeah.
That's why I said.
I still do wish that we got to see him as an adult more. I like that he's mature, but like, I don't know. Don't make him a kid again. Don't make him like physically a kid again. You don't got to do that. Make him an adult.
Yeah. That's why I said. Okay, not exactly the same. Because he's not. He's not. He is a lot more tolerable throughout season 3 than he is through season 1 and 2. As frustrating as the beginning portion of season 3 is, he did sort of make up for it, making him a more neutral character than he was before.
Mm-hmm. Also, what's it called? Says, how long does Celeste take to complete normally? It depends on how many times you die. I think Celeste takes around 2 to 4 hours with the main story. Yeah, that's assuming you don't die. If you don't die at all, yeah. Or when you're not using assist mode or doing the post game content.
I didn't even watch the later portions of the other Celeste streams. Does this typically happen?
Yes.
What?
Where Tony just gets like fucking dead inside on a specific level.
Yeah.
Yes, it happens. It's part of the Celeste Golden Strawberry experience. Unfortunately.
God, and this seems like the worst challenge you could ever do in the base game, to be honest.
I mean, when you're alone, it's actually a lot less. Than this. It's the problem that Tony also has to try to entertain while he does this, which keeps him a little distracted.
Well, that's why I have you for the majority of it.
Yay.
Yeah.
Because you're a very entertaining individual.
I appreciate that.
Yes. Even I have to admit, as he like Piffle does a lot in order to entertain the audience, but
I appreciate that. Also, Cam says hoping to get around to Devil Survivor 2, the animation, sometime tonight. At least you only do this stream series once a month or two. It's once a month.
Yeah, it's once a month I make an attempt.
Oh hey, a fellow SMT fan. Guess what? I'm also not really an SMT fan, but I'm a Persona fan.
Does that count?
Oh hell yeah. Cool. I call this object show permanence.
Yeah.
I hate how I just had to hold myself back from making the rhymes with Krug.
One more. What?
I got more. I can make you another.
I can make it. I know for a fact that I can make it. I've made it so close. I'm in denial. I'm in freaking denial.
No, you're not in denial. You're not in denial.
No, you can no. Don't lose yourself just yet. You can do it. You can do it.
Call this a win.
Just
don't focus on the end. Focus on what's right ahead of you.
yeah. Just focus. Just focus on one thing at a time.
Alright.
It still counts. It still counts because Persona is still Mega 10 despite the label being removed. So while you are a Persona fan, Piffle, you are technically also a Mega 10 fan because of it. Yeah, it's primarily one branch of the Mega 10 you're a friend of. Yeah. Call it a confusing fan base.
So keep calm, and keep going.
Keep calm and Dada on. You are now watching the Meech.
Thank you for that. I like the Meech.
I like the Meech. I think a few of his takes were a little questionable, but I think he got a lot better after the whole Sir Musty thing. I think he genuinely had a really good impact on him. Which I like. Or he got better before that, actually. But I genuinely really enjoy his content now.
What's funny about the Meech? Something I find funny about the Meech? The way he talks in his videos is literally just the way he talks in general. I figure he was like putting on a voice or something, but no, that's actually how he speaks.
Mm-hmm. Tony, you're big enough. We could probably pull the Meech.
I mean, I would love to have Demeech on a stream, but I don't know if he. Fucking hell. You know what? Chat, one more, or should we quit it?
Finish your thought on Demeech, by the way.
Oh, I would love to have Demeech on a stream, but I don't know if he'd be willing to collaborate with a smaller creator like me. Like, I just recently hit 5K. Like, I don't.
Okay, he collaborated with he's collaborated with people who have less than that.
I mean, that's fair. Xeno Jamie says to wave the white flags. So, and User One Camo says, if you feel the need to quit for now, please do so. This is depressing.
Go with what your heart tells you. Go with what your heart tells you.
Yeah, he's collaborated with Star Chronic, and Star Chronic says 1,000.
One more, one final try.
All right.
And I mean it this time.
And if you can't do it, at least you
if
tried.
If we find a place to send him an email, I'm pretty. He'd probably like to be on here.
Yeah.
Yeah, but you'd also have to find the right topic for the stream, right?
I mean,
he's a Nintendo YouTuber, so probably be a Nintendo.
He is a Nintendo YouTuber. He just primarily does Nintendo stuff. So we gotta find a Nintendo related thing.
Maybe a Splatoon.
Ooh, you think he's played Splatoon?
Yeah, he's even criticized Splatoon 3 for just being Splatoon 2 again.
Huh.
He's most known for his famous hatred of Pokemon Scarlet and Violet.
Yeah. I think his opinion was a little enlightened on with how Sir Musty talked about it. My opinion was enlightened from that video too, from his response to that too. There's a lot of just things that get thrown around in the what's it called, in the Pokemon community. Of how the game is like super bad despite like the frame rate and stuff like that. I've mentioned this with Cam, but one of the reasons is like the EXP share being non-optional anymore. And the people, and I'm gonna be completely honest, the people who want the EXP share back are like old.
Wow.
Or don't want it back. They want it to be removed or toggleable. Kind of old. Like, I'm sorry. Cause okay, the people who don't want it at all are like they want it to be like how it was in the old games. You know how you'd have to do it in the old games if you wanted everyone to be leveled up?
You'd have to individually level them all up?
No. Not only would you have to do that, but let's say this. Oh, you're pretty far into the game, but you find this Pokemon that you really want to use, but it's really low level, so it ends up dying to everything around. Well, you know what you'd have to do? You'd have to put them in at the start of the battle and immediately swap over to another Pokemon, and then you'd kill it with that Pokemon, and then the first Pokemon gets a bunch of experience, and it takes a whole lot longer than if you just pressed EXP share, or kept the EXP share on.
That was the final attempt. Fuck me.
And then you just used that. It's so much more effort than just turning on the EXP share. You're making your life a lot more harder because, oh, well, I don't get as attached to my Pokemon. You're not getting as attached to the Pokemon that you're like switch training out either. You're still switch trading them out. It didn't have to do with anything. Yeah, that's why I think the EXP share on the modern games makes Pokemon more accessible and easier to recommend nowadays. Yeah.
Well, on the plus side, Little Nightmares 2 won the poll, so I guess that's what I'm streaming on August.
On the downside.
That'll be nice. Oh, don't be salty. Don't be salty, Mr. Neo.
I'm saltier than a bag of chips.
Alright.
And saltier than a bag of salt and vinegar chips.
Thank
Damn
God.
it, I think Slay the Princess. Yeah, true.
Well,
all right. Well,
sorry for the disappointing attempt. Next time will be the B-sides, but before that, it will be the Solar Ash finish. We will finish Solar Ash, and then we will try to play through most of Secret of the Mimic. From what I've heard, it will be to 8 to 10 hours long, so I don't imagine we will finish it. So we would do like half of it, maybe a little more, and then continue on.
Yeah.
Well, and then no wait. We would do half of it on stream, and then I would probably finish it on my own time. But something tells me that stream is just gonna, like I said, the FNAF crash out stream. I just get the feeling. I'm even gonna open up the stream with the parody of Am's hate speech from I Have No Mouth and Yet I Must Scream.
Secret of the Mid. Secret of the Mid is going to be so mid.
Man, like
I'm going.
Am I really the only one that's actually going like going open about this? Because
I want to be open about the game. The story is going to make me crash out, but the game itself, that part, I do want to give a fair shake. Because as much as I don't like Ruin for the Mimic reveal, the game itself is pretty enjoyable.
Okay. Well, all right. I'm okay with that. I'm okay with that then.
We don't know if it's gonna be mid. I'm gonna be honest. I kind of just like saying Secret of the Mid. I don't like the Mimic on a conceptual level. If the game is really good, I'm gonna be really happy.
However, like from what I've seen, from how the franchise has been going recently, I'm going in with low expectations. But I'll be blown out of the water.
I mean, the thing is, because like I've said it once, but I've been a FNAF fan like since like 2015.
Secret of the Free Riders.
As I said before, I haven't said it on a YouTube video, but I'll say it here. Because of how long I've been a FNAF fan for, it's legit one of the longest like gaming franchises I've been a part of. I have been done giving a damn about the story. I've been done. Every single time I hop into a discussion about the story, it's always hell. It's always gonna be hell because of how you want to know why it's hell. Because the story itself is hell. It's hell to even sit through. It's hell to even make sense of it. And the theories that come out of it are outrageous.
Mm-hmm.
So, realistically,
I would say that low expectations for the story, but like mid expectations for the gameplay.
Regular expectations for the gameplay.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's pretty much my expectations. I expect to crash out for the story, but I'm hoping that the game is at least enjoyable. But that's just me.
That's kind of because like I saw the gameplay a bit. It's nothing outstanding, but it is promising.
At least it would be more promising if they actually marketed the dang thing.
Yep. The marketing. I swear, FNAF marketing has gone down to the shitter ever since SB.
Like, I mean, even then, Security Breach at least got multiple trailers that actually showed off the gameplay. Like, ever since...
No. I meant after Security Breach. After.
Yeah, like, Ruin, like, got, like, 1, maybe 2 trailers. Help Wanted 2 got, like, a teaser. It was featured at PAX West. It got the teaser, and then it got, like, 1 trailer, and then another one later down the line, right at launch. It seems like that the fact
that it got the same marketing treatment as a DLC is just pitiful.
Secret and the Mimic is following the same thing. Like, you got the teaser with Jackie's box, and then you got the PAX West demo, and then you got like that big trailer that actually revealed stuff during like the PlayStation State of Play, and then you got these weird shorts that tell us nothing about the actual game. It's just
apparently I'm gonna hate myself by theorizing this, but there was a couple comments in the videos that stated that maybe these were like the prototypes of what like the Mimic was going to be or some shit. Like the conceptually it was completely different, but well actually no. Like it can like because if you look closely throughout like the videos themselves, it the second short, it just like, if I remember correctly, it was like a stand that was like adjust its height or whatever. It couldn't like do anything or whatever. And then there was like the stay up latte, and then like the AI voice that came from like the coffee machine that kind of gave an indication of some sorts. And then there was like some random ass images that you were able to find throughout the videos. It was like very faintly. I don't know.
They're trying to do this whole ARG, but they're doing it like a month before the game's release. At least like Poppy Playtime with its ARGs is doing it like several months before while the game was in development. Like there are actual teasers and like it's way more in depth. It's just like no. If it wasn't just like, oh, let's hide some images in these random unrelated videos that hardly anyone's gonna find. Like, there was actually much more involved than that. But yeah,
Bendy Chapter 5 had an arguably better marketing than this.
Well, in any case,
I think that's about it, though.
yeah, fingers crossed for Secret of the Mimic to be at least good from a gameplay standpoint. I have no faith in the
It's gonna
story.
be trash. No faith in the story for me either.
No faith in the story, but Solar Ash will be fun to finish, and this actually works out pretty well since the video I want to make involving Solar Ash is going to get pushed for probably later in June, maybe early July due to Stellar Blade taking so long. So yeah, that'll be great. So you won't have to be you guys won't have to be spoiled there instead of on stream. But
Yeah.
do either of you have anything else to say before we wrap this up?
You see, if life was like a box of chocolates, would you still melt in the fire?
Okay, then.
You guys really rock. You guys are always very cool in the chats. Very chill, and you always bring something interesting to the conversation. And I couldn't be more grateful.
Will melt in the fire.
All right, that's it.